I just gotta I just gotta remain cool, calm, and collected. You know what I mean? I gotta keep in mind that I got the evidence on my side. You know what I mean? Just uh, let the evidence do the work. You know what I mean? I
Well,
don't
it's
gotta
also
stress
like
about doing all the work.
Wizard, like whenever like in our conversation with my conversation with Wizard, like he is very like antagonistic, and like I mean, the only time I've ever seen you get upset is with somebody who was antagonistic, which was fucking Divinity. But so I'd say like look
Yeah,
out for
I
that,
mean,
you know.
well, I mean, to me, I mean, I have a lot of confidence right now because he's like a very small fish. You know what I mean?
Oh wow!
It's like okay, bro, you want to jump in the pond with the big fish here? You know, he's not like the Kantian guy, you know, who's actually well read on like the computationalist literature and stuff. You know what I mean?
Dude, it would be awesome if you fucking debated that guy. Fuck, dude, have you heard from him at all?
But I'll hit him up after I start doing like some debates. You know what I mean? And like
Yeah,
he'll
bro.
be one of the you know,
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
he'll be one of the later debates. But um,
'Cause, like it definitely should. Like when we do that debate, like that will I think that will be what really like sets the standard because you'll have something to contrast it with, you know?
I need somebody to keep a flow though, because I can't do it. But we need a flow to reference, and sort of it'll be like it'll be a resource for both of us, for both sides to like look at the flow. You know what I mean? We'll just have a dedicated flow person who puts who has the flow. You know what I mean? And like um you know, have you watched what is it? Zetetic and Legos debate or like
No.
Zulu and Legos debate or one of the recent debates, you know, it's like where they show the flow, right? The moderator is doing the flow and it's on the screen.
See.
Hmm?
Yeah, I mean I don't know. I've never taken a flow before.
You you haven't seen that?
No. Speaking of Zetetic, I need him I need him to tell me how to fucking get Luca to download this program that he made me download so that I can transfer the files as well.
Yo,
Stratino
who's
has
in here? Oh, Stratino's here. Nice. I don't know if you saw in general chat. We set up a I'm gonna have Wizard be my first like live debate opponent. You know?
What?
Yeah,
What's he gonna do? He's just a troll.
exactly. I mean, yeah, but he's I'm pressuring him like low key with like, you know, we're gonna talk about the evidence, bro. We're gonna talk, and then he's gonna be like, okay, now I gotta Google some shit, right? And then it's gonna be so easy to show, just like, okay, let's look at this evidence here. Oh, it doesn't support what you're saying. It's supporting, you know, it doesn't show you're saying it shows. So I
hold on, man, I gotta grok it.
gotta garage.
He's gonna get grokked in the face.
Yeah, but we're like, it's gonna set a standard for like my future debates or whatever, you know, because I
He
want to
wants to
do some
start up a
serious
debate career
debates.
now. He's
Yeah,
decided.
yeah. I'm gonna bring some traction to the ecosec stuff. You know, like it's gonna bring some not just from like the debate bro like Zulu kind of crowd, right? It's gonna bring traction from the ecosec bros. You know, like the ecosec people.
Um,
You know what I mean?
I remember you said you were going to debate Zulu. When is that gonna be?
Yeah, yeah, that's it. This is like building up to it. You know what I mean? We got to start somewhere.
I had I had seen recently
Hmm?
the
Oh,
whole
you're
thing
you're
that he
you're
was
you're you
Whoa.
sound like
talking
a
about.
robot right now.
Jesus.
Your mic's like plugging in and plugging, like getting unplugged.
Let's see, does this sound better?
Yeah, yeah, you're good.
Okay, yeah, it's because I was on the site version of Discord. But
But
I had seen in Zulu server like him spurging out.
yeah,
Oh
him
yeah.
saying that he wouldn't even read my response to him.
Yeah, no, he said that like you were gaslighting him too, which was like really funny because the whole time he was saying like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna read that," and he was like, "What do you mean? I did read it."
Oh man.
God.
Yeah, I don't know. Zulu's something I'm gonna tackle down the line, you know?
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
wanna get some practice first at least. You know, get my flow, you know? But yeah, also we were thinking we're gonna have like a dedicated like flow person who keeps the flow, and it's gonna be like a resource for both sides, you know? Like just look at the flow. So I don't have to keep the flow. I'd be terrible at that. And I definitely need a flow.
We're gonna have a TA.
Yeah. But you know what I mean, right?
Mhm. I'm thinking of those guys that are in like they're like the transcribers in like a courtroom. They're like on their computer like typing really fast.
Yeah, there was um Lego Lego and Zetetic, they did a debate recently on some channel.
Oh yeah.
Um do you remember that?
Yeah, no, is that the one that like Zetetic lost in like 10 minutes?
Oh hey, it's
Yeah, yeah,
Ziggy.
but
Oh sorry, it's Wizard. According to G.
what? Oh, Ziggy's here. Okay. Good. I was trying to find it, or like Zetetic recently. He said he had a discussion like on this channel about uh property like guardianship and stuff. You know.
Mhm.
Um. I'm trying to find fucking Zetetic in my DMs, but like on that channel, they were like keeping a flow, like very very neat flow, uh like on the screen. I thought it was really nice.
Mhm.
Um. Yeah, I'll find that later, whatever. Yeah. So, what we can talk about, I guess, right? Because we were starting to talk about this in general chat. I guess we were talking
Mhm.
about property rights as affordances, right?
Mhm.
I don't know if you want to say anything else first. You know, there's some things that you wanted to on your mind
Uh,
that you wanted to talk about.
well, I remember you came to me about some stuff. I was thinking you were having some stuff to say about it. I think that um
Yeah. Did you read any of that?
um let me
Like,
let me go back.
if you looked into any of it, then we can like talk about it. Yeah. But I thought maybe you were like you didn't want to talk about it or something. Oh shit! Like you weren't feeling like up to it, right? Or like you weren't in the mood for talking about that or something.
Um
So I mean, I was feeling it too. I was like, oh, we could talk about property affordances instead.
yeah, no, I've just been like really really busy because I have to learn how to drive in like
Oh yeah.
3 months total to get my license.
Oh dude, how old are you again?
17 now.
Okay, because somebody said you turned 18. I was like, what? No.
No, no, I've just been I've been driving or practicing driving, but I have to get my license in at least like 3 months because then I'm gonna be doing senior year.
Oh
Um,
yeah, you're still in high school. I thought you dropped out or something. You got your GED or something.
I wanted
Oh, you're still
to
16.
because I really wanted to drop out of high school to pursue some black market business stuff, but I realized that it was just a better idea to like fake all of my school stuff.
You know, it's super easy to get your GED, right? Like,
Hmm. Well, it's actually more difficult to get it here in South Carolina. Everything in South Carolina is way more difficult to get because you have to go through a massive bureaucracy just to do it.
no, you just gotta go to your college and take the GED course.
Well, in South Carolina, you have to have a court order.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you have to get a court order, and your parents have to sign it, and you have to sign it, and you have
Okay.
to also be, I think, like an emancipated minor or something.
Wow. And so court, I mean, yeah, school starts up again for you in August, right?
Yeah, like August 11th or August 13th.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting classes in August too.
Yeah, no, it's
That's why you've
yeah,
been so free, or really, like, well, you've been busy, but you've been doing other stuff than school, you know?
yeah, no, I've
It's the
been
summer.
We're all starting in August, bro.
I'm pretty
Where
sure
the
school
fuck are my slides?
sure school just starts in August from at National.
Well, Luca said he's already in school,
Well, Luca's in
so
India.
Yeah. Well,
oh,
how much time do you have, bro, to talk?
Um, I have a few hours.
Okay, cool. Okay, I left my slides in the bathroom, so I couldn't find them. All right. So yeah, what did you? Yeah, you said you were gonna. Did you look at it? Did you read any of that?
The ChatGPT stuff or the
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like the
yeah,
stuff we were talking about there.
yeah. I read some of the stuff about the cards and stuff.
Oh, cool. So
Um,
you scrolled all the way up to like the top.
yeah, and I read through the whole thing. Um, I I think that whole thing has been I think that whole thing has been like an ongoing issue. It's like a really difficult issue to tackle specifically for Dagny because she's I guess
by the way, you
I'm
guys are
honest.
talking about this, and I have no context of anything you guys are
Oh
talking about.
It's
yeah,
fine.
no. The context here is let me go up to it. Um
Well, like,
because
did you get to any of the like I was giving some like lived examples like
yeah.
recently and like like the importance of like how like transitioning like to a totally different environment, right, that I have to explore, right,
Mhm.
like that allowed me to see a lot of things,
Mhm.
see a lot of the differences and like distinctions much more clearly about my own behavior and stuff, you know what I mean, my own
Mhm.
patterns of behavior, right?
Yeah. I
Did you
got you.
get to any of that stuff?
Yeah.
There's like some good like lived examples and like good examples of how like I'm inducing from like how I'm able to induce through them. You know what I mean? Induce inductively like generalize like them into like principles. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, no, I read through that whole first discussion. Um I guess I for
Oh, you read through the
context.
whole thing? Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
All
for
right. So,
context, Akira, this was like a whole thing where I remember G was uh writing down some stuff about like shifting environments and how to navigate shifting environments. And
or rather, what I was learning from having to navigate, you
yeah.
know, a shifting environment.
And I was explaining to G how like Dagny has been suffering pretty bad. He's just been taking a really bad hit from still like it's been a little over a year since she just like ran away from home and she's made a lot of progress, but it's been like really hard for her um to realize that she's made a lot of progress, I think, or to be like proud of it and to
Mhm.
actually like notice it.
Yeah, I know you said she's so worried about a lot of stuff. Like,
Yeah, and I mean, it's like, what does she have to look at to notice it, right? And I think I went over that. Like it's in the environment, right? It's the environment. It's not the like you don't retreat inward. You know what I mean? You won't find it inward. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But
But
yeah.
yeah. Take me to. I guess take if we want to go down this route instead of maybe we can get to let's try to go through this like for an hour, and then get to property affordances because that's a discussion we really need to have to, you know.
All right.
Like, can we
Yeah, I
do
can
the
do that.
property
And I
affordances first? Because I'm kind of sick and I want to go to bed.
I mean I think it'll like I don't know, bro. We're in the what's it called? Like we have the motivation to talk about this thing now, and then it's gonna probably lead it,
All
and
right.
we're gonna probably lead it into property affordances.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine.
also
That's
just
fine.
recording it. You could just watch.
Okay, so yeah, take me through your like thoughts, like your thought process of when like you were reading it, you decided to read it, like I told you about it, you know what I mean? And like reading it and what you were thinking, like like what you were reading, you know what I mean? What you thought about what I was putting out there and stuff, and like putting
Oh,
together.
well, I went to go look at the updated link and it's gone. It says
Mhm.
that the chat was deleted. I was gonna go through some stuff.
Oh yeah, okay. No, it's because I probably sent you a more updated link.
Hmm. Let me let me see if I can find oh yeah, no, I see it. There we go. Um yeah, no, this I remember something that I had thought about was staying in the same place for too long really drains you. Um Getting like stuck in the same
Yeah.
routine for too long will drain you really bad. There has to be like new inviting life to come in to the picture. So like um if you get stuck in like the same environment for so long, things feel incredibly stale and it takes like, you know, expanding
And it's
the
like
environment
that
beyond.
environment, it's like even more so if it's an environment you sort of have no control over, right? You sort of can't like coordinate with it, to like to your benefit. You can't like you can't increase, it's like your competence in that environment, it just progressively deteriorates and rots, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, that's one thing as well. But I've noticed that even because I'm pretty much in like the same spot for most of the day around home and in the backyard or in my goat pen, and I'm like constantly working on stuff. But like I know how it feels to get really sick of that. Like I haven't like changed things up at
Hmm.
all. I've been stuck in the same routine for too long, and
Yeah, and it's
I
like it's
know.
like the idea, like I have this like feeling a lot of the time too. It's like the day is finite, and I can only get so much done, right? And it's like I feel like I have to exhaust. We talked about this before. I feel like I have to exhaust a task in the day because the next day is different. You know what I mean? Has
Mhm,
different requirements, and I feel like I have to exhaust it in the day or what I could do now. I have to do it all at once. You know what I mean?
mhm. Well, what has helped me the most is actually just doing little bits of different
Yeah.
things over days. I know it's a very like ADHD thing to do
Hmm.
that, where like you have to constantly hyperfixate on one thing, and you have to exhaust all of your options of what the day can
Oh
provide.
yeah, yeah.
And like I know plenty of people who have like the issue of like, oh, the day could go so many different ways.
And then it just
And
paralyzes you.
yeah, you just choose one option and it's like, oh, but what about all the other options? Um, you know, I I luckily don't suffer from that. I'm so glad I don't because like I know how awful that is. Um, I uh
It sucks though.
I am able to kind of chip away at various stuff throughout the day. Like I write down tons of stuff about music. I usually read a little bit. I'm working on a goat house. I've been building the deck for that. You
Yeah,
know,
it's hard. It's hard for me to do that.
yeah, no,
But I'm
it's
figuring out how to better manage that, right? Like with this, with what we're getting at here.
well, yeah, no, one of the things I was going to point out is the use of hobbies. I think you had touched on that
Mhm.
in there, which, like, I have tons and tons of hobbies, which I think is what has been able to carry me for quite a while. Is that, like, I have hobbies for music, I have hobbies for writing, I have hobbies of reading, I have hobbies of building stuff, I have, like, goats as a hobby. I have like all sorts of different
Yeah,
hobbies.
it's like you have a life that's being lived. Your life is being lived. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of like a lot of people view it's like, why am I living? Well, I gotta get a job. I gotta get a house and a family. I gotta do these. I just gotta do these things because it's what society expects or whatever.
Well, yeah, that's I
Because it's like their life is like they don't know what it means to like live life. You know what I mean?
well, see, no, I've always been that way since as long as I can remember. Like
Or it's
I
like they
never
think like that's not living life. It's like that's not like that's a side thing, like hobbies or whatever. You know what I mean? Those are side things, right?
Mhm.
Those are like because they're not like exhaustive. You know what I mean, or something.
Mhm. Yeah,
I don't know.
no.
You
I
get what I'm
think
I'm getting at.
yeah, no, like I know a lot of people treat like hobbies as like, oh, well, you can't like you're not, using it to support yourself. You're not gaining income from it. It's like a side project. Then your career is
Yeah.
like the important thing when like if you were to solely focus on your career, you would be absolutely
And it's
miserable.
like, well, why can't I be doing some career in order to support me being able to do these hobbies? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's like they're two complementary things. I know that like my father is the same way, where when I was growing up because he was an engineer, he's still an engineer at Bosch. I think he's like an assistant plant manager now. But I remember growing up, he was like always doing woodwork, or he was like making bow and arrows, or he was like I think he got into yoga at one point. He has done karate
It's like
for
the
a
fear
couple
of
of
missing
years.
out. You know what I mean?
No, I get that really bad. Like that's what kind of propels me to do a lot of the stuff
The
that I
fear of
do.
missing out, but elevated to like metaphysics of life.
Yeah.
Just like that, making life seem empty. You know what I mean?
hmm I I remember when I was little, like when I was in elementary school, I literally did not care about anything that was going on in school. I was making comic books and
Yeah.
that was all I was ever doing in school. I was drawing and making comic book. I still have all those comic books to this day.
Oh
I have
yeah. And you see how this ties in perfectly
Mm-hmm.
with you see how this ties in perfectly, like it's like instead of the goal being imposed like as like a duty or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like something like comic books, right? Could be a goal that organizes, education, like the activities like that you should be doing in school. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, like my issue was that I remember it wasn't my issue, it was actually the school's issue. I was like a liability for the school because they tried to do everything they could to make me not pursue like comic books and drawing. And I remember I used to make musical instruments out of various school supplies and stuff. And I used to just like disrupt class by making like a jaw harp or something, making boing sound effects and stuff. So I remember they had to like put me at a designated spot away from other kids at the lunch table or like
Yeah, I
I
know. I
would
wish I had parents who would be like, "Oh, like my kid is like creative. Let me get him something to do." You know? Let me get him like something like an instrument to play or like let me get him some art supplies,
my
you know?
my parents were that way, luckily. I
My
remember
parents weren't that way at all, you know? Like at all.
Mm.
They took a totally hands-off approach.
I remember my mother used to like sign me up for robotics camp stuff, and I used to be
Like
like fascinated by robotics.
I wish my parents did stuff like that, bro. You
No,
don't understand, bro.
I was
They
pretty
literally took a completely like hands-off approach. Like I don't even know
I
what
was
did.
I was super fortunate. Like I had so many Legos and
Like I
like
guess my mom
buildings.
like once taking me to church didn't work out. She didn't have any other plan. You know, it was just like
Oh my God. No, I remember growing up like I remember my grandmother bought me my very first guitar and my father bought me like a
yeah.
saxophone and I remember my
I'm
mother
totally
bought
jealous of you, bro, because of that. Because like that, never, bro. None of that. Like
well no
it was literally just like my mom put all her faith like to raise her kid like in the church, like just like take the kid to church, you know. And then like once I like rejected that, like not even before I was like even 10, I just like was like I'm not going to fucking church, you know.
I
Then
remember
it was just like she had no idea what else to do, you know. She just like
I
she
like
just
to
let me be.
imagine. I like to imagine that G was just 10 years old when he started integrating ecopsych, and he was just like, "God, bro, fuck that."
I mean, the only thing I really had was skating, you know. I used to skate.
Mm.
I remember we used to go like roller skating, not like
That was
skateboarding.
me. Like I saw kids in my neighborhood like who would skate, and I'm like, and I told my mom like I want to skateboard. Let me skate. You know, like, and it's just like I never had parents who were like, oh my kid, like let me get my kid something to do.
Yeah.
I mean, like, kudos to mom. I remember, like, she changed later on. I don't know what happened, but she had, like, a really bad
maybe
decline later
maybe
on.
that has something to do with the development of ADHD and like why like you have no like
Yeah.
ADHD, right? And like
I
why
had,
I
like, a
have
hunger that
massive
was
ADHD.
satiated.
I
I know
You know what I
that
mean?
remember
It's
fact.
like I had the problem of like like trying to figure out what the fuck to do. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well,
As a kid. Like and as a kid I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know anything. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
No, I had a hunger that was satiated at every
I didn't know
step of
what
the
was
way.
possible. You know what I mean?
I
Yeah,
What
I
what what would
remember.
be possible if I started it now? You know, like if I started learning music now, if I started doing this now, I had no conception of what would be possible 5 years from now, right? But my parents would have had that conception. That's what the parents' role is, and they just didn't fulfill that role at all. You know?
I mean, I know that Dagny was like able to do literally nothing growing up. Like she just was completely neglected of being able to do
Wow.
almost anything. She
I
was
mean,
not even
I think we just saw like we just identified like a really like interesting connection there about
Yeah. Well, she
how
grew up.
ADHD develops.
Oh yeah,
I
no, she
remember
grew up
Stratino
and she
gave
was
me like.
completely paralyzed because she didn't
Exactly.
know the possibilities, but she wanted to
Exactly.
do all of them.
Exactly, bro. Wow, that's crazy. I've never
Yeah.
heard of that before. But that's
Oh my
like
God, you know what? Oh wow.
that makes a lot of sense from from an ecopsych perspective, right?
Oh wow, that is I've been trying to figure out like what the hell are these people's problems because it's been really tough with somebody like Dagny who has some sort of maybe some sort of autism or some sort of ADHD. I don't know what it is, but
I
I mean,
mean,
it's
she
probably not
Stratino,
autism.
Stratino, do you
it's
remember what
probably
you explained to
ADHD.
me about ADHD like a while ago?
G or me?
You. I don't know if you
Um,
got it from G or what, but
what did I say?
About
you're basically
like
talking about the
like lots
classroom.
of change. You know, there's
Yeah,
just like lots of change. You know, overstimulation and the
yeah, no, I remember my it was like instability. I was trying to figure out that like it seems like there was I noticed that a lot of people who are autistic have like a need to like really demarcate what is theirs, and they're like extremely territorial, and I always wondered if that was because there was like a lot of home instability, like if you're constantly moving everywhere, like you don't know like where home is, and you just kind of like grow up feeling a little bit like you just don't have roots anywhere, so then um I
yeah, but that's
imagine,
about ADHD.
yeah.
Wait, what do you
Right.
guys think causes ADHD?
But it's a bunch of different factors, you know.
Yeah.
But
That is the best.
But yeah, I
Uh,
remember Stratino.
I
I think I
think
remember it
we
now.
we've identified something like pretty uh significant there.
yeah, no, I that's like the best conception of ADHD I've ever thought of. Um,
Yeah, and I guess I'm
the
wondering how it would compare to what you told me. That's
I think that it's maybe like a secondary.
And it's like it's not so much that kids are being overstimulated, they're just being they're just being handed like an iPhone or whatever and just like there we go, you know, it's more so the offhands approach itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just giving the kid an iPad is just one like it's just downstream of that really. It's an instance of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, like, I mean, it's really interesting how when you're a baby, you like parents identify all these like growth spurts. Like they give you all these toys, and they're like, letting you actually grow because they're like supplying you with tools to learn stuff. And then you just get to a certain age, and then they stop noticing the growth spurts anymore. Like they just like when you're like, "Oh, I want to learn this thing." They don't see that there's like a potentiality to grow there, so they just don't do
Right.
anything.
I mean, your
Um,
parents did, but my parents, my mom was really, my dad was not really like already from the start was taking an offhands approach, right? But then my mom, her only recourse was just like her trust in church, right? And that's probably how she was raised too.
I mean, my mother grew up in one of
well,
those
yeah, it
like,
perpetuates.
evangelical households where like her mother would
Hmm.
she's only able to go out on Sundays during like Christian skate night, or like, you have to come home at this curfew.
Yeah, and I
And
think my mom does have some form of ADHD too. Like you know, it's like adult female ADHD is a lot less recognized.
no, my
Yeah.
mother was diagnosed with ADHD as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was why.
I think it's less common as
I
well. Might be why.
Well, the thing is, they tried to diagnose me with ADHD for the longest time because they're like, he's just not paying attention in school. But I remember my parents were pretty
No, yeah, it
fierce.
can be hard. It's hard to diagnose for kids. Like that's why you know they don't really diagnose kids with ADHD. They don't like
Yeah.
it's like a placeholder diagnosis. Like we'll check again when you're 18. You know when you're and then we'll see. Like but like uh I mean it's like I really felt it like get worse when I was 18. You know? Like it didn't get like it didn't like I didn't grow out of it, you know, like most people do when they're falsely like sort of diagnosed with ADHD like or potentially having ADHD as a kid, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For me, they tried diagnosing me back when I was in primary school, and it wasn't that bad back then, but you could kind of tell. But then when I was like 16, when I was in high school, they got really bad, and I just nobody did anything about it. So I just had it, but it was really bad when I grew older.
Mm. But
For
also,
sure.
yeah, I think the shifting environments point, right? So that's what you started with, but I think that's more like what you started with was more of a conclusion. Like I mean, like take me step by step, like through what you started reading, what you started, like what how you were integrating what was, what you were reading from like the start, what I'm trying to do, what I'm doing, because like like I even talk about it in there. Why I like even have these like little chats with Chat GPT, or why I did this chat is because like it helps me like get like when I can view, right, the perspective of somebody else on what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to assess it entirely just with uh my perspective as the reference, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it was easier for me. I use ChatGPT because it's easier for me to read um something else than for me to like try to read my mind.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. But
Um
I'm interested on your perspective on it, like what you were like like from the beginning, and then what you were noticing is the most important, and like you were spiraling back and stuff. You know what I mean?
well, I remember it started out with like the cards, and I
Mhm.
was looking at all the stuff about the cards, and I was like, that's interesting because you really can just like use your free will to
Yeah,
do all these random tasks.
and it's
And
like it's a skill, right? People don't exercise their free will. You know what I mean? And what that just makes them like uh just start to live like almost mechanically. You know what I mean?
well,
And it becomes increasingly harder to exercise one's free will. You know what I mean?
yeah, well, it's like free will is definitely a fitness thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Like I know that you have to be very like mentally fit, emotionally fit, just like you may like work out. It's I I know that a lot of the time I will plunge myself into various things just to exercise my ability to do them, and then like I'm
Right.
constantly like they're almost like workouts. Like I'm working out, this
Hmm.
project, and then I try to work out, a different thing, like being able to rebound to a project I was laying off
Yeah,
for a
and I
while.
think doing that kind of thing is like precisely what helped me like grow. Like I was like so like stuck with like the ADHD stuff and like not knowing what to do, but then like I eventually like grew through like just exercising my free will, just expressing like my creativity and like working on projects that like I'm never gonna like I worked on a bunch of comic book stuff, that I'm never gonna publish really, you know? But just like I
Yeah.
had a bunch of stuff just flowing out of me, you know?
Yeah, no, that's why I've been focusing on the music stuff because I've had that idea for an album for ever since I was like 10. I've had all of these different songs, and I'm like, it's crazy to think that like it's been 7 years, and I'm still spiraling back on all these like goofy songs that I made when I was like 10, and I'm like still like developing them and curating them, and like it was like I didn't look at them for years, and then I looked at them again like years later, and I was like, I can use a little bit of this stuff. This can be turned into something else. I can like fix some of this stuff up. And then I've been kind of letting my finger off of some of the first projects for a little bit because I'm like I've kind of grown on this stuff. I think that I was worried a little bit that if I stopped researching it for just a little bit that I'd like, become really shaky
Hmm.
on it. But really, I think that taking a break from it was exactly
Yeah, because you can
what I
return
needed.
to it with a richer context.
Exactly. I'm just able to, and you know what's crazy is that I was working on the music stuff, and I immediately came to this like crazy integration
Because
about.
it's real. It's not. It doesn't rely on you to be real, right? It's there.
Mhm.
You can rely on its reality, right? So you can just leave it there, right? And then you can come back to it later with a richer context. Like that's the important part, that you can come back to it later with a richer context, right?
Exactly.
If you
I
respect its reality, you know?
Exactly. No, it's I mean, you do a little bit of work to maintain some stuff. Like with goats, you tend to them every day and you work on it a
Yeah.
little bit. But like while I'm working on some of these goat houses stuff, I made all the designs. Now all I need to do is zone out of, working on the house while I do it, painting some stuff, mundane tasks, and I can think about other stuff like music because there's like a new opportunity for me to grow a little bit, and then I can come back, finish both of those projects, and be like, now I'm sufficient in many
And you
projects.
see how it sort of like it occupies your mind, because it's like maybe tending to the goats doesn't like require so much effort, right? And it's like I could be doing so much more right now, right? But then
Exactly.
having somebody to think about, right, also, right, while you're doing it, helps you to be able to do that in the first place, right? Feel like you could just do this while you also occupying your mind with this other thing, right?
Hmm. And something that I noticed was that I came to an integration that was based off of my knowledge about food forests and was able to apply it to music in kind of a strange way where I was thinking about mixing, like how it is good song mixing, like how do you make good song mixing? And I was thinking about like the forest and how like there is an acoustic environment that you're listening to when you're listening to music. Like there's not like things are not all in like one mono area. They're like
Yeah.
spread across all different places. Certain sounds are like circling around your head, or like, some
Think about it. You're supposed to think about it like an ambient array, right?
exactly. And I
It's
was like,
converging, right?
mhm,
It's converging rather than radiant light where it goes out, from the source. You know what I'm
exactly. I was like, I should think about it as like there's an environment here, and just like we're a forest, there's an environment, and all these trees and plants are growing everywhere. The instruments develop in various, parts of this like ambient array, and you're listening to that. And not only that, but you are occupying a space in the sound.
Well,
So like,
think about what would be required to sort of do this without the tools that you have, like the tools that like make it possible electronically, like digitally, right?
mhm,
Like without that, you would have to be like it could not be possible with just one person like playing. You need an ensemble of people playing
exactly,
different instruments. You know what I mean?
exactly. You
And
will
no
need,
one person can like exhaust the ensemble. What they can't you can't play the saxophone, the fucking piano at the same time or whatever, or like and the drums and all these different other different instruments. You know what I mean?
Mhm. And so you're replicating that orchestra. Not only that, but you're able to do a lot more electronically because
Right.
like the other thing is like what if you want to make all these different sound effects? What if you want to make it feel like you're opening a door and coming into an orchestra? What if you want it to sound like, something's flying and zooming around your head? Like
Yeah.
those are all things that you're trying to achieve in this like ambient array. And the other thing is that you want to occupy a space in the sound because you, as an audience member, are kind of like an instrument there where it's like you occupy a space in the forest. So, there can't be a tree right where you're standing. You have to have your own standing ground there.
Yeah, I think people forget just how like the history of audio engineering, right? How
Mhm.
this was possible, right? All the way back you know, it gets sort of misconstrued because of like who discovered it, right? The Pythagoreans, right? Or Pythagoras, right? Who discovered like the basics, like the music theory, the invariants, right, that we use, right? The laws that we use, right?
Mhm,
In music theory, right? It
mhm.
gets sort of misconstrued as some sort of like Platonistic thing, right?
Yeah, no.
But
Well,
it's because those are invariants, those are ecological laws. You know what I mean?
with
Those
music
are
theory, I'm
yeah.
I'm very eclectic in music theory. I played in bands for many years.
So you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about because music theory is not what you start with. Never, ever, ever is music theory what you start with. You hear the music. You're like
Yes.
thinking of musical ideas and you just hear the music and you're like, well, now I need to unpack it and you use music theory to explain the music that you're hearing. It's
But
like,
how do we explain it? We use invariants, right?
mhm,
These invariants, these laws, these invariance laws, these symmetries, right?
mhm. And
And those same and it works, right? The way we can do it digitally, right, and then produce the sound that's like that structures the ambient array, right, is because it's the same invariants that are found in the ambient array.
yeah, well, and what's something else that I've been thinking about is my approach to music writing because we obviously have like the concepts of harmony and dissonance, and
Yes.
harmony is a lot like symmetry, and
Like you
dissonance
should
is a
write
lot like
on
music.
ecological acoustics, man.
Oh,
You know
I've
what I
been
mean?
looking into it a lot.
I plan to do like my focus. I plan to do ecological chemistry as my focus, really, because I'm going into biotech. All right.
Hmm.
So I think ecological chemistry is really interesting. And like there's not a lot of work on ecological chemistry, right? And I think it could sort of like work on it could teach us a lot of things about how to do ecological physics in general. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah, that is. I remember I had to take a chemistry class for school, and it was like the worst class I have
Right.
ever done in my entire life.
Yeah, but I'm
Um,
going to be doing a lot of chemistry and I'm going to be doing a lot of sort of like generalizing of chemistry, right?
chemistry has it bad. Like somebody really needs to save chemistry because
That's
like
what
it
I'm
just
that's what I'm going to do, bro. That's what I'm going to do. That's what my first like sort of uh like real deal research like project is going to be. You know, Turvey has multiple research projects that he's done over the course of his like career, you know, as a researcher, right?
Mhm. I
Like and that's going to be my first one is ecological chemistry. I'm going to be the guy, you know? Oh, and also, what I forgot to say this, but I wanted to say this earlier about how, you know, it's going to bring traction from the debates, right? It's going to bring traction from the ecological psychology crowd, right? But
Mhm.
also like Zulu became like the guy, like the ANCAP guy. You know, I'm going to become the ecosci guy. You know what I mean? Like G.
I
Like
think
who's the ecosci guy? It's going to be G,
I think
right?
people consider you the ecosite guy on a small scale. Like I know that people are just talking about like, oh gee, oh he's like the ecosite guy.
Yeah, but I
Um,
mean on the scale of like Zulu is
uh,
like you'll hear him be said like to be the leading like NCAP guy. You know what I mean?
he's the guy.
He's the guy.
Oh, Strat-
Oh God.
oh, Stratino.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention, when you mentioned something about like your integration with the forest and the sounds and how the observer was like a part of the mixing. I wanted to mention something I heard from Peikoff a while ago. Are you aware of his like lectures on the plays, like where he
Yeah.
talks about like 8 plays and why he likes them? He mentioned something very early on in his play about Antigone that I thought was completely wrong, and I thought it was like really Kantian. He mentioned that early on in the Greek period, there was like a separation of the audience, like when it moved from being a ritual which the audience participated in to being like a play that was performed on the stage. You mentioned it was like a separation, a disconnect between the audience and the play that was going on. And I thought that was like an extremely Kantian take. And I was like, all right, how do I reconcile this with the fact, well, not really, but like the audience. How do we consider the audience as a part of the system, which the player, well, the music in your case, is in? And I think your integration about the forest gives like a very good solution to that. It's
You know what?
basically like,
I feel like Stratino's thinking of the same word I'm thinking here.
Yeah.
I bet he's
Personally,
thinking
I
about
thought.
impredicativity right now. Like that just popped in his mind, just like
Oh
me.
yeah, no, because I was thinking of like, well, why are plays made on stages and why are, plays developed around like, the audience seats being able to see the play and why are like
Why
why
is
are things
theater
this way?
a
exactly.
place
I was
perception? This seems
Yeah, I
like
was gonna
a problem of place perception, right? The theater, right, as a place, right, that affords, right, these activities. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I was gonna say it's about the array. It's about where it converges, about where like the information that's being put out on a play,
Oh,
where
and
does
there's a
that
great
happen?
paper on this. There's actually a paper on this called "Licit and Illicit Affordances, Boundaries or something." But
Huh.
search that paper. There's a
Uh-huh.
paper on
Hang
this,
on, let
like
me find
literally.
it. Listed and illicit. I'm gonna
Yeah,
search that.
"Licit and Illicit Affordances."
And
What's it,
this
It's a play
of
literally about
play.
what we're talking about.
huh.
And there's multiple, yeah,
Wait.
and this leads into what I wanted to say. I wanted to say also that, you have it a lot easier than me, I guess, Stratino, because there's like actually, uh there's a good uh basis, like good body of literature already on ecological acoustics, right?
Hmm.
There's quite a bit of stuff
All right.
already on ecological acoustics and connecting it with like music theory and stuff like that,
Yeah,
like with
I've already
music
thought
and perception of music.
I've already thought about music theory and how it pertains
Yeah,
to
but you
ecological.
should really look into like those papers. I don't know. There's a lot of papers on it. Like when I did a little bit of like dove into it a little bit to just search what the state of ecological acoustics was, and
Mhm.
like the perception of music stuff. There's a lot on that. There's a lot of papers on that.
Well, I've been locking in on a lot of the ecological acoustic stuff and coming up with some stuff of my own and seeing if anybody's talked about it because I've been thinking about stuff like, you can hear the boundaries
Mm.
of a song where, how large the room size is, how small it can be,
And I'm
where
thinking,
things are. You can
I'm
hear.
thinking in like I'm thinking it's gonna be like, oh, in 20 years, like what people are gonna be like reading papers from Stratino and me, or like from a couple of us, that we wrote like all the way now.
You think
So
about it. I could be
and
like.
I'm like like we should work on a paper together on ecological acoustics, is what I'm saying. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
that would be
And that,
great.
yeah, and that could be part of my, what's it called? My like my body of work. What is the word for that?
Thesis?
What is it?
Bibliography.
The thesis?
I'm
No,
thinking
no, no. My body
It's
of
your bibliography, right?
my
It's
dis
your bibliography.
like the word discography, but for researchers.
yeah. Is it called anything?
It's your
No,
bibliography, right?
no.
Or
There's a
is
different
it?
word for it.
Okay.
No,
All right.
I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know why I just thought of itinerary. Kind of sounds like that. Kind
It's like
of.
uh, it's like a over like a body of work. And I know that it's like a French term.
There's a term, but like,
I know what you mean.
yeah. So yeah, it can be part of that for me, and you too. But like people will look 20 years like, oh, they wrote a paper on ecological acoustics, man. But it's also like it pushes like then it's like directly like we can cite, like it can be an actually like an actual research paper, right, that cites like people already working on ecological acoustics, and it starts some like it pushes forward the field of ecological acoustics and the research that we do, and it inspires research. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Like a lot of old turvy papers that are really important, right?
the way that I think about music was because I was taught jazz guitar by my uncle, who was a music teacher at a certain point, and the way that he taught music is kind of different from how a lot of other music teachers teach music. Like I'm thinking about like Rick Beato. I'm always looking at Rick Beato because
And
like
so, were you writing music, or like you
I
said you were writing something, but like you were writing music, or like what you were thinking about how like
both
music stuff works?
both. Um,
Okay.
I'm
Yeah, I'm
thinking.
saying you should start working on that paper, bro, and I'd be like 100% down to like collaborate on that paper, you know?
Mhm.
Because it would
I
be cool. Like like I'm seeing it now, like 20 years in the future, 10 years in the future, you know? People are talking about it, right?
I'm just imagining like if I ever got my homestead set up, I think that I could make a lot of money teaching music. Um, and I could probably be teaching music in a very different way than other music teachers are teaching music. And then that'll probably like start pervading
Well,
uh
what a, like for like think about you maybe you should think bigger. I don't know. This is what I'm trying to say. Think bigger. Like think about it like how do we change the philosophy of the day, you know? Like cuz it's like maybe that's downstream from where like maybe we should be changing completely what music teachers are getting like where they're getting their, what they're teaching from. You know what I mean?
that too.
You know what I'm saying?
hmm Um,
The
I think
research, right? The evidence, right?
hmm and I think that
The
something
science.
something I would love to write about is harmony and dissonance as symmetry and asymmetry.
Mm. Oh yeah.
Um, that's been something that I've been writing a lot about is how like melodic structures require both harmony and dissonance in order to sound good. Is
Yeah, but I
that
think what do you think about the like I think a good like basis, right? For
Mhm,
that paper might have been what I was talking about earlier, right? How like that could be like a good jumping off point in discussing like how, how audio engineering, how music engineering, how that shit is even possible today, right?
mhm,
How it's possible today is possible today, right? And how it structures like how it's able to structure, the ambient information, right?
mhm. I'm
So that's
thinking.
that's the key of the ecological like research program, you know what I mean? And
Mhm,
in understanding how to do the research, right? And if we're doing that's what we would be doing in writing a paper on ecological acoustics as such, right? Because
mhm,
there's quite a few papers on perceiving music, right? That sort of forget the whole law-based approach. You know what I mean?
mhm.
That just like focus on the phenomenology of it, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And then
and
just like talk about it in sort of like ecopsych terms, right? But just the phenomenologically, right? Instead of talking about like the law-based like explanation, right?
mhm. I'm thinking of the law-based explanation
Right, and
because
that's what we would get into, I think. That's what like because there's already a bunch of papers on perceiving music, but just like on just about the phenomenology of it, right?
Mhm. Well, to circle back around to
Because I
the
think audio engineering, like today, is like a great example. Like the technology can be a great example of like how we've exploited, the laws
Mhm.
of ecological acoustics, right?
I think that old recording, analog recording, is equally interesting for me because it relies
Yeah, the
on
whole history of it. I mean, the
yeah.
whole history of the, the technology, right? The audio engineering stuff.
I think that a lot of my interest is
Because it
both.
makes it makes it very like salient, right? That it's like this is what we've been doing, this is what we've been exploiting is these laws, right? and
Mhm.
not and it's like it makes it very clear that you know perception, right, of uh like the sounds of things, right? Perception of things by sound, right,
Mhm.
is well, it's not indirect, right? It's not an inferential thing. It's an ecological, like, direct thing. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? I think the history there really like is a great like jumping off point to showing that, right?
I'm thinking about the history, especially like because now I'm like super interested. I
But you
know
get
a
the
lot.
idea I'm saying, right? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, no, that's super exciting.
Yeah,
Um, was one thing I know already a lot about music history. Like music has like
because it seems like perception of things by sound, right? Is like part and parcel of the development of the technologies in audio engineering, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? Right,
Well,
obviously, right? That's how we develop these technologies.
hmm. Well, what happened, I know in the earliest recordings is distance regulated acoustics. So, you'd have like horns in the very back and violins a little closer, and then singers would lean into the horn, and then
Yeah.
drummers would play with sticks wrapped with cloth. Like you can
I mean,
see
it's
the clip.
super interesting history. I mean, it's
Yeah.
super interesting and like there's a lot of creative moments, right?
So, what our way of, a lot of what we benefit now with like fading technology, we're able to like turn down an instrument. How they used to do that, how they used to exploit that was through distance, which is exactly what the digital recordings are trying to do with volume, is that volume is supposed to replicate distance.
Yeah, and I'm
And
also thinking not just about like not just about like music, but like in movies, right? Like how audio engineers in movies like they get really creative. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I know a good bit. Well, I'm also a big film snob as well.
Yeah, yeah,
So
I know exactly. Me too.
I've made a couple movies as well when I was
Right.
like,
So I think that would be interesting. Like ecological acoustics more broadly. We're focusing not just on the perception of music, right?
hmm um, and I'm thinking about
But it's like
my
something that can be like if we like if there's like an actual work like of focused on ecological acoustics, right? It's something that can easily like be picked up by film theory, like film school and like music schools people, you know what I mean?
Mhm,
Because they're always looking to innovate, they're always looking to you get what I'm saying, right?
mhm. Well, it has so much to do with art.
Right,
I
exactly.
I think that people have missed so much the kind of technical know-how it takes to make art. How,
Hmm.
that art has just as much to do with like the physical techniques and components and knowledge that makes it up. It's
Yeah,
actually an incredibly in fact, like the way that I deconstruct art a lot when I'm like trying to explain music or something like that, it has a lot to do with like, oh, what were they trying to achieve here? How did they achieve
right.
that?
The
Um,
physics of it.
yeah, no, there's a lot of physics to art that is
Hmm.
incredibly
Physics
interesting.
and mathematics.
hmm I was
And that's what it
watching.
is, right? We're trying to find the physics and mathematics appropriate to the facts of psychology. Here, our focus is the perception of things by sound, right? And oh, the perception of art by sound, right?
Yeah, like the whole album I've been trying to make is kind of just like a disagreement with a lot of how art has been treated because I essentially there was a video I had seen pretty recently, and I had like a song idea for this, where a lot of people are talking about like nobody in our society cares about the novelty of music anymore because now everybody's able to make music, and like they treat art as like this
Mhm.
fragile and precious thing because their art is incredibly stale and it's like unable to stand above this
Oh, also,
incredibly saturated market for art.
like think about like you're not gonna go like be an academic, but like I'm gonna be like a real deal like researcher, in biotech and like ecological chemistry, like really like serious.
Mm.
And so like my name just being attached to the paper even, right?
Oh yeah,
Down
yeah.
the line. You get what I'm saying is gonna like give it some credence, right?
It's
Among
like a survey.
academics,
It's like you
academics
do a
in art
paper with
school.
like a survey.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm.
But you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like it'll give some credence like, oh, this guy is also like a real deal researcher, like who's like to the art school people, right, that we're trying to influence with it. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah, no, it's what I was talking about though is that there are tons of there's like a competition among many artists I've noticed to be like, "Oh, well, I tried less and I tried, even less than you. I made it like, my art is better because I tried so much less than you." Um, and it's like this race to the bottom, I noticed, because they're like, real art is like when you're like banging sticks on your knees and like these like recordings
Yeah, it's
are
like it doesn't,
beautiful.
it's like the fucking, what is it, metaphysical value judgments, right?
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Like where's the appreciation for this entire history that made music possible? You know what I mean? Music today possible.
Exactly. No, it is exactly that
Where's
because
the
I think
appreciation for the vast amount of human like effort and ingenuity, you know what I mean?
it's like why should I not
For
exploit
the
that?
sake of music, right?
It, yeah, no, it's exactly that. It's like I have, as I've been making this music, I've been noticing like I have made because the way that I've been organizing the music is I've been making songboards and I have a bunch of different sections and
Like
I'm filling out the various sections of the music and
like Wyatt and Fletcher from The
Mhm.
Garden, those guys?
Yeah.
And like they have their own like individual like names, like one of them, like I forget which one, Wyatt or Fletcher, but like uh the like they have their own name, Puzzle, and like they like it's called like they have their whole like Vada Vada thing and a bunch of different like names under which they release songs, right?
Yeah.
But like their music is what I'm really really like I think they really appreciate that, you know what I mean, in their music.
Yes.
Like I can
I
feel like that the metaphysical value judgments, right, that respect that, right, are part and parcel of it, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, there's a lot that goes into the best way to
And it's because like
understand.
they produce their own music, you know what I mean, they respect it, you know what I mean. It's like,
Yes.
like I look at people like also like Tyler the Creator, he produces all of his own stuff, right?
Hmm.
And it like that really makes it like why he like really respects it, you know what I mean?
Yes. Well, there was I know Led Zeppelin produced a lot of their own music as
Oh, and
well.
also the sampling, like the whole sampling culture, like like the whole history of it, right? Of just
Mhm.
like sampling, like and just like, oh, against like IP, really, you know what I mean? But like that was like the really like the core of like the cultural revolution that hip hop was, really, I think, was
Have
the
you
whole, like the whole history, like you know the history, right, of like just
Yeah.
like sample, like they would sample other people, and like the fucking like there was the whole like companies getting mad about like copyright and stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I remember
But being
some of the
like punks, they're just like, fuck you guys, we're gonna sample it either way,
Well, what I was listening to a lot of Jamaican like reggae hip hop stuff, like Prince Muhammad. They were like DJs in like the late 70s, early 80s. They made like a bunch of reggae stuff, and they just like they have like this crazy flow, but what they would do
Mhm.
is they'd use all these different like pedals and things in order to make like
Yeah.
crazy delay stuff and pitch shifting stuff.
Think about the massive amount of like innovation that's been done just because of like the revolt against like trying to control music, trying to keep it like trying to like prohibit sampling, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, no, there's been like a
Like
massive.
just like that innovation like that came through hip hop, right? That's what hip hop's really done to music like as a whole, right? And consequently, the innovations in audio engineering have been very centered around it. You know what I mean?
Well, something that I was going to mention as well is like there's the the attack against like, anybody making music. I've noticed that there's been like a surplus value argument attached to it because the idea is that there's like this rich, saturated market of all sorts of different musicians and bands who are just making all this new music, and they're like, well, if we were able to strike them, if we were to find ways to like say like, oh, well, you got this from me and you got this from me, then we can get rid of them and then people will listen to my music. They're stealing away the money I could be making from my music by making their music.
Yeah, well, like the onus is not on me to innovate, the fucking Luddite
Yeah,
here.
no, I mean, Luddites relied on like the surplus value theory because their idea was just like, oh, we're gonna
Yeah.
exploit
But maybe
you.
maybe we don't get into all of that in the ecological acoustics paper.
Well, yeah. But like it's been something that like I've really wanted to write about as a musical topic because it's like these when I'm writing music, I have an entire reference page for like each little part of these songs because I have so much musical knowledge that I'm like I need to write down these references so people can look at them and see what I'm talking about, what I want for this thing, where
Right.
I'm getting it from. Like it's like a bibliography just for music. And it's like because I truly appreciate music history.
Yeah, yeah, I love it too. Music history. I just I like to dive into it sometimes just for fun.
Oh,
But I think there's like lessons to be learned from it. You know what I mean? Like I think we can learn science can learn lessons from it, right?
yeah. And I was mentioning Led Zeppelin because they
And
play
who else to do that, right? Who else to do that science than people who actually appreciate that history, right?
I I think the other thing is there is it's wider than just like mixing technology. There's also instrument making
Mhm.
technology.
Yeah.
Is like I've made designs for musical instruments and stuff. I actually am going to invent an instrument for this album I'm making, um, that is specifically tailored to like a lot of my knowledge about instrument making. I actually have a couple different instruments I'm going to make just because I know a lot about instrument making, and there is a lot of interesting stuff about the making of instruments and how it relates to ecological acoustics. The saxophone is super
Yeah.
interesting for that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So like yeah, like let's just put that all on the like back burner. Let's let that cook, right?
Yeah.
Let's cook on that, bro. I definitely feel like we can, but like I don't know. Let's close up the like go back. Let's go back to the what we were talking about, the whole chat you went over, right? Your thought
Mhm.
process. That's where we were at, right? And then we got sidetracked into ecological acoustics.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, but like just quickly, I guess let's like think for a second. Like, was there any like the most important points you think you got from like sort of well like what you were thinking when I started you can sort of see I guess like
Spiral
how
it.
I came into it, like I had an idea, right? Like, oh, this could help, right? But then once I started talking about it, right? I started seeing like, oh, this could be the start of like a whole like inductive like method, you know?
Mhm.
Like I don't know if you saw that, right?
Kind of, yeah. Like, um, what if I were to take away, um,
I mean,
if I
take that, right? Like the like that because that kind of leads into sort of how I was started going into like some lived examples, right? And sort of getting a better understanding of the method that I'm trying to develop here, right? And sort of like the method is like something that is to be developed like through this sort of like inductive like experiment of like doing the card thing, right? Exercising the free will thing and like but like further I realized like how to better refine that method. You know what I'm saying?
hmm I'm thinking like the main thing that I took out of looking at all of it is the the ability to kind of snipe from an outsider's view what's going on in the environment. Like, not from an outsider's view of the environment itself, but to step back and look at everything that's going on instead of being like right in the combat of doing everything. Um, that was the main thing that I had taken out of everything because I have like when it came to like doing a lot of my food forest stuff, learning about like ecology, it was my ability to like lay off of it for a minute and to really like look at my progress um on a larger scale that allowed me to like see the progress that was going on. Like it
Right.
was just looking out at the environment. And part of
Yeah.
looking out at the environment, part of getting like a good view of the environment
It's like
is to get the right vantage point.
yeah, but it's also like think about how we got there. That's like the conclusion, right? But think about how we got there, right? I started realizing like the method to get there, right? Through like it's sort of like we need to allow for variability, right? We need to like the stability, right? The control, right? Is found in variability, right? But where does that variability come from? It comes from the environment, right? From being opening up to the environment. You get what I'm saying?
hmm
And it's sort of like you saw what I was getting at, right? With like how the variability of like, you know, changing like moving up here, right? And sort of changing some of my routines. They helped me see like what contributes to some of my like less desirable habits. You get what I'm saying?
hmm
And it's sort of because that variability came in that I was allowed to see it, right? And it's sort of like that method what it does is that it just like it injects variability. You know, it opens you up to variability, it opens you up to the environment, right? It
hmm
open you get what I'm saying? In order to see, right, what you need to see, right? Which you couldn't have seen without the variability, right? Without the contrast, right?
Yeah, I think contrast is, well, it's like symmetry breaking. You get stuck in an
Hmm.
environment for too long, and there is a staleness that comes from it because there's not anything that's changing.
Environment meaning inclusive of also these the time extended like patterns of behavior and routines, right? These
Yeah.
habits, right?
Yes, like, your habits get stale if you're stuck in just one little spot. I think that what helps is, like you go out of the neighborhood or, you do something new or you try something out. You want to like branch out a bit. It's kind of like the benefit of having a car is just being able to go out and do something different and then to come back to that environment. Like there's kind of like a spiraling back aspect to it where you drive out for a little bit and then you drive back
Mm.
home and you see
Yeah.
it with a more appreciative view.
Oh yeah, I definitely felt that when I started driving too.
Hmm. It's the right word is really
Like
like
before I was able to drive, I felt like I was so stuck a lot of the time. Like I couldn't like compared to now, you know what I mean? That contrast, right? But like I did feel like I was stuck. I went to the same little places. You know, I stayed very like immobile almost compared to how mobile I am now, right? I can just go there if like there's something I need. Oh, I can just like let me look at the which store has it. I can just go there. I can just drive it. You know, like there's something I can do over there. You know, like there's some like or it's like let me look for things I can do like hobbies. Like I can start going to the school. I can start doing this. Da da da. da, You know, like I can
yeah,
look
no,
for where in the city has this thing going on. You know what I mean?
it was I
It
was
expanded my world. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, no, I was driving yesterday and I was checking how many miles I had gone and it was like I was driving for about 50 minutes. We had gone over like, you know, 35 miles. Um, Probably like 30, 40, maybe 45 miles. And I
The
was like,
range the range of my impact on the world expanded, right?
that too.
Like proportionally with the expanding world, like the view of the world, you know?
I I thought it was crazy that I was thinking like how many miles can I walk? I could never walk 45
Yeah.
miles. I could only drive 45 miles. And then, I'll go on like Facebook Marketplace and I'll see like somebody selling parts I can use to build something.
And
I'm
it
like,
feels
oh
like
man, I
you're
could
so much more
literally.
connected with a
Mhm.
larger part of the world, much more things, in the world. You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying? You're much more connected to it,
Yeah,
right?
you can only appreciate the world if you're very connected to it.
Right.
I think that
And it's like, wait, yeah, kids don't. It's like when you're a kid, you can't even understand that. Maybe you even ridicule adults. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
you get what I'm saying? But like, it's like adults have this much wider view of the world, like literally, physically. You know what I mean?
Well, I remember I was never one of the kids to make fun of adults because I remember when I was very young, we traveled all over the world.
But I mean, like how a kid feels like they know it all. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, but strangely enough, I always
Like they know the
felt
world. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I always had like a sharp attunement to the world where I would
Mhm.
always like, if I felt very braggy about something, I felt like this sharp feeling of like that means that I should be doing something else. I should be doing something new. And
Yeah.
like I'm like I just can't brag about it. I just have to get to the next thing to be like feeling uncomfortable a little
Yeah,
bit. Like
and that's like as opposed to, the divine right of stagnation, right?
hmm. I was this is something I was dealing with recently. I was thinking like, while I was working on this stuff, I was like, man, I'm getting like really good at all this stuff I'm doing. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, now I just want a job. Now I just
Yeah,
want
yeah.
I just want to work now. I want to like because I was
Yeah.
terrified of a job because I was like, oh wow, now I have to this is completely new and like I don't know what I would do there. It'd be super embarrassing maybe. But now I'm like, oh, but I want that.
Right. No, 100%, bro. And I think okay, like let's try and connect. Let's try and lead into the property rights discussion, right?
Mhm.
Because I know what everybody's waiting for here. Ziggy's waiting for the property rights discussion and all that. like you said earlier, something about I don't know. I feel like we can connect it with something you said earlier about how like Dagny, she didn't really have anything like that she could call hers. You know what I mean? Like her own. You get what I'm saying? Yo, 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 yo.
Hello.
What happened?
Stratino. Okay, it's not me. It's Stratino. Hello.
Stratino, come back!
What happened, man?
Bro, he died. No.
He found another flute.
Another
Or-
flute. He found
Yo,
My-
another
Stratino.
flute.
my internet cut out.
Okay, did you hear what I said?
I heard everything until you were talking about like leading into property rights.
Yeah, I said okay. So I said leading into property rights, and about like you said something about how like Dagny, like we talked about this before, how Dagny like didn't really have anything she could call hers, right?
Yes.
And so I think we can connect to what we're talking about now. Expanding range of competence, right, and like impact on the world, right? With using that, right, that sort of feeling that Dagny had, right, and like the consequences of that, and like then more explicitly talk about you know uh the property rights as affordances and like sort of the two ways of dealing with like the question of what property rights are for, right? I think that's a good, like if we were to write a paper on you know the affordance theory of property rights, you know what I'm saying, that
Mhm.
would be a good jumping off point, I think, right?
Well, yeah. So I think I had explained it
Yeah, you
before.
explained it like in connecting it to the history of like oh yeah, this is how Rothbard viewed it, right? And then this is how
Yeah.
like Zulu came to view it through actually like, and we can go deeper into the history there. Zulu got that from Hop, and then and Kinsella, right? Kinsella, but ultimately Hop, right?
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well,
So
so
there's a history there that we can like. That's why it's a good jumping off point, right?
mhm. Let's see. So I remember Rothbard. Um.
And it would be cool to connect Rothbard to the affordance theory of property
Oh well,
rights.
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
totally talking about affordances.
yeah. It would be so cool,
Um.
right?
Because I I remember when it came to Rothbard, the thing I was talking about was like I think it was the self ownership argument. I remember Zulu was disavowing self ownership as like a valid understanding of property rights, but the only reason that you would say that is because you don't understand affordances.
Mm.
Because self ownership is something that you understand more or probably first before you have almost anything else that you own yourself.
Yeah, well,
That
I
you,
think well, I think what the point that really struck me was that the point you made, like, because I feel like it's something that I've had like implicitly, you've seen since I've gotten into ecopsych, the way I've been talking about affordances, right,
Mhm.
is that like, well, the way I've been talking about property rights is like as affordances, like what they can do for you. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Right? Like that they're the basis of trade, right?
Yes.
Right? That's the key
Mhm.
here. That's what property rights are for. They make trade possible, right? And you
Mhm.
can see that I've been talking about it like that, right? But I didn't even like I didn't even grasp that I was talking about it like in a different way, like until you made explicit the distinction, like that there's two ways where we've been approaching the question of what are
Yeah.
property rights for. And then I see
There's
that I've totally dropped like just like I haven't been saying that like, oh, it's for conflict avoidance since I've been saying like, oh, it's what makes trade possible.
Oh yeah, no, that's like that is the core difference as well, is that
Yeah.
Rothbard was saying like if you are exchanging goods, it implies that you owned
Yes.
whatever you were trading, and then
Yes.
that's how he starts the
Yes,
talk
that's what
about
I'm
property
saying.
rights.
He starts it that way, and that's what I'm saying we should start with. I think that's like the core here, right? Because I didn't
Exactly.
like I was operating with it implicitly, like I was implicitly already made that change, like back to Rothbard, and it was through Rothbard too. I kept referencing Rothbard, like Rothbard. He starts his discussion of property rights. This is how he discussed, like he says it's like the basis of trade, right? It's what makes trade possible, right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And that just
Yeah.
like immediately connected with like, oh yeah, that's just what like if we're understanding property rights as affordances, that's just like, I mean, he says it like it's right there. We already understand that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember my point that I'd made as well was
But
that
you made it
property.
explicit. You made it explicit that Zulu was operating under a different answer to that question, right? And
And
I think we can go deeper into that, where he got that from. He got it. He hasn't read Rothbard. Remember, he hasn't read MES.
oh
Remember?
yeah, no, I think he's only read some of Hoppe stuff, and then I think the
Yeah,
Ethics of Liberty.
exactly. So
Um,
you get what I'm saying, right?
yeah, but even then, with the Ethics of Liberty, Rothbard talked about that. I just don't think that
Yeah,
Zulu
but
understood.
he didn't really absorb
Yeah.
ethics of liberty. I can tell,
hmm I think with
But
with Zulu.
back take a couple steps back, like to what I was saying, like not like the last thing I was saying, but like what I was like the whole thing I was just saying. You get what I'm saying?
hmm
Like about starting that, right? Like I think we it's definitely needed that we need to uh write something or like make a video or something about this, right? You get what I'm
Well, yeah.
saying?
My point was that property rights cannot just be about conflict avoidance because
Right.
conflict is not something that is of the market. And if conflict is just something that is not even like relevant to your life, then it's not like property rights are gone. They're still there. They do something larger, or they're part of something
Right.
more
And it's
than just avoiding
how
conflict.
Rothbard talks about the like the aggressive like the criminal firm, right?
hmm
The criminal firm has to come from like outside the market to aggress on like voluntary transactions, right? To
hmm
intervene on voluntary exchange that's already going on. And that's how he's violating property rights. You know?
Exactly. Um, and I think that so like the point of property rights not being about conflict avoidance, I would say
And then
mainly
it
that.
also connects to like really understanding property rights better and not so much in a rationalistic like deductive way where it's like oh
Mhm.
like we define humans as like we define property rights as like oh you only have property rights if you're capable of uh forming concepts, right? And then just like oh yeah, humans are the only thing capable of forming concepts, like that's, and then we just deduce from there. We deduce property rights. Like we deduce property rights. We deduce that this person has property rights because we deduce from the form of man, right? The nature of man, right? And the nature of conflicts, right?
Well, like, yeah, no, I was gonna say mainly the discerning characteristic about like property right. The thing that like what's interesting is not like can there are many libertarians who'll be like, can I avoid conflicts with the cow?
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like
And it's like we get occupied by these pointless questions because of this rationalistic approach, right? And it's like
exactly?
have you seen some of my like counters to that approach? You know what I mean? Like how I've been taking a different approach to sort of just like understanding why why we say like the cow doesn't have rights, because I mean just what are rights are what are rights for? You
Exactly.
know what I
It's like
mean?
the question that you should be asking is like, can I trade with the cow?
Yeah.
Can I like, Can we exchange with the goats?
Like, is there some because this is something that actually Ziggy made a very he was very close to this point in his discussion today. He said
Mhm.
something about about natural law, right? How rights are natural, right? It's
Mhm.
like it's what makes trade possible, right? And it's like if trade was possible with a cow, right? Like it's like, well, the question is really asking like, is there some invariant fact that can be satisfied, right, such that trade is possible with the cow, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yes, and I'm thinking about the
Like, what would
what
trade even with the cow even look like, right?
mhm.
Like it gives us a very clear understanding of what the fuck property rights even are, what like that we can directly perceive them, so we can actually investigate what they are. You know,
I think what might be interesting to look at too is that there was a time when
they
there were
become a
more than
scientific object. You know, of scientific scrutiny, right? Because
Mhm.
they're real, they're directly perceived. They're not just uh, conceptual, like some deduced, um, some rationalistic deduction, right? That we have to keep arguing about whether it's necessary or not. That it's it's like whether arguing against the rationalistic deduction or whatever, denying it or whatever is like a affirmation from denial. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Well, what I was going to point out is that there was a time where we had more than just humans that were trading among each other.
Right.
There were like different
Exactly.
species. But what's interesting is that there's a lot of archaeological evidence. I was looking into this a few months ago. There's
But I'm saying like you
archaeological.
see these deductivists, right?
Mhm.
They keep having these like it's recurring problem, like they just keep being occupied with these discussions about like, well, how do we know if aliens have rights, you know?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? How do we know cows don't have rights? Because it's like we're just deducing it, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Well, what I was going to point out is that there was archaeological evidence to suggest
Mhm.
that humans and other humanoid species they just did exactly what we do now,
They
and
just
that's what.
directly perceived
Yeah.
these
No,
facts, you know?
it was observed that civilizations of different human species they just traded like how we do now. There was nothing that was all too different. And then it's like what was it? What would we be seeing for cows to have rights? Would they be doing the exact same things that we're doing? Like they'd be
Right.
having jobs and they be participating in the market. And it's like, well, how are cows participating in the market right now? It's like, are they like you see like
Yeah,
cows as
cows
accountants?
are a product of like
Exactly.
a product of the market. You know what I
And in
mean?
and in fact, yeah, no, that's like also an interesting point is archaeologically cows have been domesticated over
Exactly.
like thousands of years in order
For
to
the
become like
purposes of making them a better commodity, you know?
Mhm. Yeah, like exactly. That's what like domestication has been. We domesticate goats, we domesticate chickens and cows and all of these products. We don't domesticate humans. Like we
Yeah, I
don't.
mean, you can't really like well I mean there chattel slavery was a thing, you know?
There was chattel slavery, but like I don't think we were ever able to domesticate
Yeah, but
slaves.
it's the point about like force versus
Yeah.
mind, right? Force versus
Mhm.
reason. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like it like has to be a willful surrender, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm
And
saying?
yeah, well, also,
For animals too, it also has to be a willful surrender, right? It's just something that animals can do because coercion is possible in nature, not just from humans to humans or humans to animals, but also other animals to other animals, right? All across
yeah.
all species, right? Coercion is possible, right? By like species have evolved literally to like capabilities for coercing like certain other species, and like also um like those species have evolved sort of like like domestication, like you know what I mean, like being like a learned helplessness. You know what I mean?
Mhm. And well, there is also the point of
There's a lot on that,
the
by the way. In my like, if you look in my one of the Chat GPT things that I sent you, and also
Mhm,
like my real like it's like, well, it's in there, right? The realism stuff where I'm talking about the growth realism, the borrowed realism stuff. I also explain like coercion, right? And like
mhm,
how it's like not just a fact, right? That human, like it's something that's just like possible across like all living things, you know?
mhm. I was also going to mention that like when it comes to slaves, the same exact
So
like
it's like
what is
that also brings confusion into the question, like, well, can I conflict with a cow? Can I come into conflict with a cow? Right? Can I come into conflict with another animal? Like, I mean, if we analyze it, like I can coerce them. You know, coercion is possible, right?
Mhm,
It, you know what I'm saying? If we don't arbitrarily have this human animal dualism, right? Where humans exist in some like immaterial social world that just like these magical things are possible, you know?
mhm. Well, what I was gonna mention with
Yeah.
the slaves is that like we purchased slaves from the same people who were, like putting them into slavery. So like a lot of the Africans that we were turning into chattel slaves, we bought them from the same people. Like they were also just Africans, but we were able to trade with them and we were exchanging things with them. And those Africans who were slaves were no
Well, I don't
different
think
from
I don't
the.
think it was really like trade.
Yeah, duh.
I don't think it
But
was trade.
like,
I think it was something like the conditions. Like there's like I have this thing in the Gulch channel.
mhm.
If you scroll up, you see the screenshots or whatever. I sort of make a distinction between voluntary conditions of exchange, isolated conditions of exchange, or autistic conditions of exchange, right?
Mhm,
And 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 intervention, right?
mhm.
Interventionism.
Um,
And so, or yeah, distorting conditions of
was
change,
this about was
exchange.
this about the iPhone? I remember there was like an
Yeah,
iPhone. Yeah, there was an argument about like
but
there were children of the cobalt mines making iPhones. Is that a
yeah,
valid
but
exchange?
yeah, no. Remember, I think it's more like chattel slavery is like it falls under criminal isolation, right?
Mhm.
Do you see the point there about criminal isolation?
I'm not. My computer doesn't have internet right now, so I'm not able to access it. You have to tell me about it.
Okay, I'll forward it to VC Text.
All right. Um,
It's in the second screenshot.
mhm. Let's see. Hmm. Mhm. Involves using stolen.
Because think about, we're using money, right? Which is supposed to be like, a universal thing here, a universal unit of
Mhm,
account, right? And it's
mhm,
like it's supposed to allow us to integrate it into the market, but we can't, right?
mhm.
So what is the money doing? It's not allowing us to actually do genuine economic calculation here.
Mm,
You get what I'm saying?
yeah. Um.
It's isolated. It's like autistic exchange.
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's you're not actually like there's no trade going on. It's just autistic exchange.
Yeah. No.
You get what I'm saying?
The criminal doesn't provide you or like holding this like expropriated good doesn't provide you the benefits of exchange. They're not like they don't provide property affordances.
Right. But you understand what I mean, right? It's just a autistic exchange, right? There's no trade going on here.
Yeah. No. I see. Um.
You might have just like the slave buyer, right? And the slave, uh, the person who obtained the slave, right? Or the slave seller, right? And the slave
Mhm,
buyer. they're both just doing their own autistic exchange, right?
It's just like, it's not even able to be homesteaded.
Right. They're not able to actually like integrate it with the market more broadly to do economic exchange. I mean, to do economic calculation on the market, right?
Um, I don't know how much history you've done on uh southern plantations because I've done a lot.
Mhm.
Um, it was understood that in the South, there was no innovation going on in the South during the period of slavery. Like the South was like
Yeah.
literally dying because it could not innovate, because it could not integrate itself into the northern market, because the North, where there was no slavery, was where the market was booming. They were like creating all these different new resources, and they were like selling there was like a massive market in the North, and it was seen that the South was dying around antebellum times. And when the South seceded, they it there was prospected that the South would literally just like fall apart in the next couple of years if they were to win the Civil War, because they
Yeah.
literally had like no economy to work with. It being based off of slavery was just that unprofitable for them.
Yeah. So that's sort of just like, I mean, it gives some validation to the claim.
Yeah, and that is an interesting thing as well, that there are a lot of people who consider slavery to be profitable, even like anti-slavery people. They're like, oh, that's just greedy capitalism. The South was just being like a bunch of greedy
Yeah.
capitalists, and they were
I really like these distinctions here though about the conditions of exchange, or like, catalactic
yeah,
conditions, right?
catallactic.
Yeah, I think it's like it could be a good, like, I thought, like, when I wrote it, I was like, oh, this is a great, like, I don't know if there's anything like this in catalactics, I haven't seen anything like it, so I think it's really important, you know what I mean, in order to analyze these, like, so we can actually, like, I explain it there. I explain it in the screenshots, like, why it's important, like, why it allows us to actually, like, Rothbard wanted to be able to analyze intervention, right?
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? But it has to be analyzed differently than trade, right?
Hmm. Yeah, no, I remember I a while back I had had some difficulty trying to. I knew that like Catallactics exchange and autistic exchange, where they were both like exchanges. Like exchange was not just Catallactics; it was also because Rothbard was talking about in Man Economy and State at like almost the very beginning, in chapter one, that there is exchanging state of affairs,
Mhm.
um, but not all exchanging state of affairs is property. There is like a specific affordance. It was the problem of like I didn't understand affordances at the time. That affordances are what make the difference between autistic exchange and interpersonal exchange. Because if
Right.
there's nobody to exchange with, then there's obviously no affordance for exchange. In that way, there's not like a property exchange that can be afforded to.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, like, yeah, exchange on the basis of property rights, on the basis
Mhm,
of this class of invariant facts, right?
mhm,
And it's real, right? These are real possibilities, right?
mhm. Which I'm thinking of.
That like, and it's real because, like, it's like that, it's based in property rights, because, like, I like to appeal to, the argument that force versus mind, right? I mean, force versus reason, right? That,
Mhm,
like, you can't force somebody to use their reason. They have to willfully surrender it. You know what I mean? You can't force somebody to produce. They have to willfully surrender their agency. Right?
mhm.
They have to give, like, the sanction of the victim. You know what I mean?
Well, what's I came to that conclusion a while back because it was probably back in like 2023. There was a argument that was going on in Idleworks.
It's like, wait, like I can't force Crusoe to trade the spear with me, because if I'm forcing him, if I'm aggressing, then I'm just going to force him either way. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna
Yes.
impose my will on him either way, right?
Yeah, you're just nullifying his mind.
Exactly.
There was an argument in Idleworks server a long time ago. This was like 2021, where Idleworks said that every single um aggression, the victim is voluntarily agreeing to being aggressed upon, because they have to they have to like, sanction themselves to the aggressor to some degree. Like, they have to choose to give up their wallet, so there is a voluntary
No,
exchange going on.
it's like, no, it's like, what, it's making it impossible for me to willfully choose it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? It's making it impossible for me to voluntarily trade this to you, you know? You get what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like, once you've gotten into a conflict, there's no
And that was a big theme in
possibility
Atlas
for.
Shrugged, right?
Huh?
That was a big theme in Atlas Shrugged about the sanction of the victim, right? About
Yeah.
the double standard, right? About,
Mhm.
you get what I'm saying? About the parasites, like, double standard, right? How,
Mhm.
like, or the altruist, right? The double standard, the fucking, like, she describes it, you know what I mean? Like how uh like, it's like they rely on the producer, right? But the producer should give up what they own to what the person who hasn't produced it. You know what I mean? Like the person who hasn't produced it, the non-producer, is
Mhm.
what is owed the product, right? And it's like, there's a double standard. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, no, we were talking about
And
that with.
why should they keep it rather than the producer, right?
Yeah, we were talking about that a little earlier with like the saturated market of music.
Yeah.
It's like I tried less, so I should get it more.
But you get what I'm saying, right?
Mhm.
Oh, what
I
was the
mean,
point I was trying to make with that? Do you remember?
well, you haven't said it yet, so I
No, it
have
just
to.
slipped me. It just slipped past me. Like I said it before.
Mm.
Uh, I said it before I brought up the point. I mean, the example.
Oh well, now I don't know.
Um, does anybody else remember? Ziggy, do you remember?
Rose asleep, I think. Oh no, it's not.
What was I talking about? What was I saying right before it? Do you remember?
Right before what?
No.
Right before I brought up Atlas Shrugged.
Oh,
Well, yeah, I think we were talking about the double standard.
Yeah, but I that's after I brought up Atlas Shrugged. I was bringing up what was inside of Atlas Shrugged, right?
Um. Oh, geez, no, I can't remember.
it was about sanction of the
Oh,
victim.
you were talking about Idlework. Idlework.
Oh
Idlework.
yes.
Oh, you were saying what he was saying.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was responding to you about what Idlework said there, and about
Mhm.
how it's actually, like, it's making it impossible, right? Right.
Mhm.
I was saying it's making trade impossible, and that's what
I
the
forgot.
point was in Atlas Shrugged, right? About the double standard, right? It's making production impossible, or like it's like, you want to benefit from it, right? You want to be able to keep it and not just give it up, right? But
Mhm.
like, why is that, like, not true for the producer of it, right? But only for the non-producer of it. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And it makes benefit as such possible. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
right?
Mhm. I'm thinking right now of, because we were gonna
As I was
talk
saying,
about
it
it.
makes trade impossible, aggression, right? The violating of the property rights, right? What it does
Yeah.
is it just makes trade impossible because property rights are what makes trade possible.
hmm I was going to. I was going to say that like we should get into how the shift occurred from like property rights as affordances for trade to
Yeah.
property rights as for conflict avoidance because I have passages from Hoppe
Okay,
and
that's good. Yes, you know more about that history than me about that
yeah.
Hoppe side of it because I only read Rothbard.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I think I read Kinsella's book too.
I
The foundations of a free society or whatever it's called.
I don't know if you remember, but I had like a really big hate boner for Hoppe, and I would like read all of his shit in order to like explain what my issue was.
You know, the title of Kinsella's book makes one think that he takes the more Rothbardian view, right?
hmm
That is the property rights are the foundations of free society or whatever he says.
Yeah, I know. I always like
You know
the
what I'm saying?
title of the book.
Yeah,
Um,
but the parts he takes from Hop are clearly, like it takes him in
mhm.
the wrong direction a little bit.
But yeah, I'm also
So
curious about what the shift, like an explanation of the shift and how it
Yes,
happened.
because Stratino knows where Zulu got his understanding from
Yeah.
about
mhm.
property rights there.
So yeah, no, he read A Theory of Socialism and Capitalism, which is like a really bad book. I just have to say. Um, but like something that Rothbard wrote in The Ethics of Liberty is like
And
one
remember
of
why this is important. I mean, it gives us really a totally different sort of like how we introduce property rights, how we justify them, how we like, you know, contextualize them, how we understand them, right? Than what Zulu the approach Zulu takes. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Right? Then it's
So
just like it's like a deduction, but it's also like we take the fact of conflict first. But it's like I think the fact well, I've said for a long time, I think the fact of scarcity is where we start.
mhm. Well, so one of my favorite passages from Rothbard is in The Ethics of Liberty, where he just says that if nobody owned anything, nobody would do anything.
Oh,
And I was like,
I like that.
yeah, no, because like nobody would be doing anything if there were no ownership. And
Yeah,
um,
it's a very clear statement that of property rights as affordances.
and then he talks about a little bit later, without property rights, there can be no production and no exchange, and ultimately no civilization,
Mhm.
because he's talking about it as an affordance. That's like what was ringing out
Yeah,
to me.
and we should make explicit like how Rothbard is circling around an idea, but like he doesn't have the concept of affordance, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the word, right? And that's like what that's how we can bring in the word, the concept. You know what I mean? And like motivate it.
Yeah, it's kind of the
hmm
same thing with Peacock and unpredictability. It's like
Yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah.
And
grasping
Exactly,
for it.
exactly,
You see him
exactly,
grasping
exactly.
at it.
so in the
And because
in
it's such a weird kind of concept, right? Sort of like not what's it called?
Non obvious.
Uh
Non.
like it's not like the contemporary view is like it's not like obvious to it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
searching for a word, but I couldn't find the word. But uh what I wanted to say, right? Like yeah, that's why like Rothbard's grasping for this kind of weird notion, right? And then Pop comes along and he's like, ah, let me drop all that. You know?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
uh-huh.
Let me
Well,
take a more deductivist approach to just
so
let's take a step back from what Rothbard was doing, like let's not follow in the steps of where Rothbard was taking us,
He was looking for something too grand. We can't be doing that. That's
Yeah,
too
he was looking at the
complicated.
larger system. We can't do that.
Yeah.
well, I remember um what so what Hoppe did is I have two. There's two passages I could probably get from you from two different books. So there's the Economics and Ethics of Private Property. Hoppe reframes the question that Rothbard was asking, which like his
Really?
question was like, why does man need property in order to produce things? Like, what
Yeah.
makes exchange possible? His opening argument in the Economics and Ethics of Private Property is wherever there is scarcity, the possibility of conflict arises. The solution
Mm.
to this conflict is the assignment of private property rights.
Mm.
And then he continues saying all scarce resources
Yeah.
must be privately owned in order to avoid otherwise unavoidable conflict.
Yeah, and
So,
we should include like we should include where he sort of explicitly says that like he thinks where he thinks Rothbard's view is like insufficient, where he gave an insufficient like account of property, you know what I'm saying, and property rights.
mhm.
But it's like Hoppa, like he like left that out. He left like Rothbard's whole thing, and like it's kind of like gee, what you say about like an incomplete system looks like capricious. So like we have to appeal to like Hoppians, they have to appeal to like deontology and stuff like
Well,
that. You
they're
know?
Kantians, bro. They appeal to fucking like the a priori mental categories or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
the fucking platonic form of man is the fucking. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have to just like leave it at, like they just have to like leave everything Rothbard said like out of it.
Because Papa's treating like law as like a kind of like a distinct category from economics because like Rothbard puts so much effort into explaining like entrepreneurship and production and exchange and
Yeah. And
specialization.
remember we were talking about like how the role of the capitalist is so important for
Yes.
understanding property rights. Like the
Mhm.
whole. Yeah,
Yeah.
we should definitely include all of that too. Cause yeah, you said you looked further into Rothbard after I mentioned that. Like you were in disagreement with me at first about that. Let's talk about that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
just like we talked about the affordances as dispositions thing, how you were in disagreement with me about that before, but then you sort of like warmed up to the idea.
because I was starting with nothing. Like I was acting like we were starting with nothing, and then we had to build it up, which is exactly what Hoppa is doing here with property rights. And what made
Mhm.
me realize my issue was like, oh, I'm
Exactly.
acting like Hoppa right now with what like
Yes.
Hoppa's doing, because what Rothbard was doing was that he was already treating the market as like a real thing that was
Yeah.
kind of
Why do you think
ongoing.
Rothbard was even a historian, right?
Mhm.
why he
Like
took why he thought history was so important.
yeah, no, like he was investigating the market, but Hoppo, what he was doing is he was like, okay, well, let's like imagine that you're in a
Just like
forest.
Menger. Just like Menger. Rothbard was investigating the market just like Menger.
Mhm.
Mm.
He was the best economic journalist of his time.
Mhm. Well, Hoppa, like I read a lot of Hoppa's stuff. Almost every single time, he's starting with like nothing. Like it's like imagine like a
Because
completely undeveloped world, and you're just here, and there's another
he's a
guy, and like.
rationalist.
Mhm. And
Interesting.
he has to reconstruct the market predicatively.
So that's
So
what you
then
were
like
like go back to like the moment when we were let's find it in the chat actually. Do you want to find do you remember what I said?
yeah, it was that you sent
We're
me
talking about Adrian's
yeah,
video.
nation's video, and you were talking he gave a quote, and the quote was about natural law as like a economic invariant. Um and so that was when I started kind of thinking about it, and then
Well,
I
let's
rem-
pull it up in the chat. Uh, from G, maybe I can search capitalist. Da, 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 da. Yes, here it is. Stratino here. It's like this isn't where it starts, but it's around here
Yes.
in general chat.
Yeah, you only get it from understanding that the capitalist is providing a service.
Yes. Yeah, so scroll up and see. Like remember what was going on. Because I don't think we ever talked about how you came to warm up more to sort of what I was saying. And I think it's like, oh, you later on, like I think it was more around the time when like I was I had that like little debate on what's it called? The remnant, right?
Mhm.
With
Yeah.
Monhop. And then you got like motivated to read Rothbard more.
Mhm.
You know? Because I was saying read Rothbard, guys. That's all I gotta
I
say.
had read MES. It took another read for me to absorb it
Yeah.
fully.
Yeah, so
Um,
take me through it. Take me through this.
so
Uh, go scroll up to the start, right? I said, "Oh, that was the disagreement." Yeah.
mhm.
Oh, yeah, because we talked about it even before. Remember, like way
Yes.
before.
Well, what I remember I didn't like was that it. I think that it was that it was the term capitalism, and I've never really used the term capitalism to be fair, and I've never found a need to use it. I've always used the market, but it
Mhm.
was me like treating the definition of capitalism as like it had to relate to the capitalist, and I just like it had this weird linguistic game going on where it was like I can't use the word capitalist either, and I remember um what was going on is like um that like I just like I was not admitting to myself that the capitalists played a significant role in any way whatsoever. Like it was
But don't skip to the
understand.
conclusion. Like play out how you got there. You know how like I mean I tried to help you out. I tried to help you take you there. You know.
Well, so I was reading Rothbard again. I feel like it was because Zulu had said that you deduce the NAP. I think that was what it was. Zulu was saying that
But,
the
but,
NAP is
but
the
like you're skipping ahead again, bro. This we're still at the discussion here, right? The
well.
initial the initial
I didn't
discussion where I was telling you you were wrong.
Yeah, I didn't think anything of the discussion at that point. I
Yeah.
went back to it way later.
Like let's get the context so everybody understands. You know the
Oh,
context because this is where I was bringing like this is the history, bro. This is the history is important, bro. We need the history, and I was trying to tell you like why we need the history, bro. You know I was trying to
oh,
tell you, bro, but I was explaining it so bad. You know
I know
so.
I know what you were talking about, but like I think it was Adrian that was talking about it. So I
But it's
about
good to go over again, like here, because I think it'd be better. Like we can get a better way of like, because the important part is introducing the history and introducing why the history is important, and that's what I was trying to do here.
Mhm.
Like you see
And
what I'm saying here, all this stuff here. Like I'm trying to stress to you how important it is, right?
mhm. Well, so I remember what I was saying. I was trying to separate the history from something, but I don't think I could have ever really grasped like what that was. But I was like, what is historically relevant is like way less relevant from like the legal theory. And I remember you were talking about like, no, you don't get anywhere else but the history. Um, and I
Yeah.
didn't.
What was I saying? What was I saying?
You were saying the significance of the name owes itself to the history and, most importantly, the Austrian foundation of it, which is absolutely necessary to introduce the legal philosophy. And I was like, I was treating the legal philosophy as given because I already knew it, and I
Yeah.
didn't I knew history, but like it turned out that way later on I had to in order to understand what you were talking about. But I remember I was trying to separate the two. It was like, oh, you don't need to use the history to get to here. And then I just kind of had this like floating
And
understanding.
look, then scroll down to how like I go through the history, like how it's like not like Rothbard, right? Rothbard would not have been possible without the history, right?
Mhm.
Like how I go over that, right? Like he
Yeah, I
didn't.
was.
He was not like an anomaly. Like he didn't just come in here in a void. You know what I'm saying? And then just like magically
Yeah.
just like rationalize his conclusions. He respected history, and that's why. You know what I'm
It
saying? And we
only
had this
seems so
discussion before.
obvious now in hindsight.
Yeah, he respected history. He appreciated history, and that's why he was able to do it. You know, do what he did, right?
Mm-hmm. And it was, but we needed all of them to ask the question so we can eventually pin down the answers. Forming the right questions is so important and takes a lot of time. You know that the point made in the introduction to EcoPsych book about trying to answer the wrong questions and where that leads us. Nowhere closer to where we need to be for hundreds of years. Only once we start asking the right questions do we get anywhere. And then you said, the end of the video really hits the point home. Like the laborers under capitalism, the capitalist receives a just equivalent for the value he provides. Under capitalism, economics and justice are seen to agree, to show that the distribution of income in a society is controlled by a natural law. And this law, if worked without friction, without intervention, would give to every agent of production the amount of wealth that that agent creates. And he said nobody could arrive at this before the marginalist revolution.
And I put nobody in all caps.
Yeah,
And then
before
like
the
you told me about this quote later on and how like you didn't understand the importance of what he was saying at first, and then you understood later.
Mhm. Because when I thought of like natural law, I just thought of like, oh, law, conflict avoidance. And that was like the issue that I was having. It was like controlled by a natural law. Like, what do you mean? Like Adam Smith, Invisible Hand. And I was like laughing it off a little bit. Um, and then it was over time that I actually understood what natural law meant in full, which was like, their, economic invariance. And there is like this. I was reading Rothbard to understand it because
Yeah.
I read.
And if you
Yeah.
read Menger, like he's like groping for it. He's looking for these invariants, bro. He's looking for these laws, right? He's saying that economic phenomena can be explained by laws. Let's look for these laws, right, in the market.
Mhm.
And that's why the Austrian approach was so revolutionary, right?
Mhm. Well, later on, Zulu was talking about deducing the NAP because I remember there was a argument that was going on with Michael Leibowitz and Zulu and Luca and Kronik were all together, and they were like chastising induction a little bit. I remember like they were talking about how like Michael Leibowitz was racist against deduction when I actually think that Michael Leibowitz was pretty nuanced about it. But Zulu was talking about like, oh well, we deduce all this stuff like the NAP. When Michael Leibowitz's like criticism was that they were treating the NAP as deduced, and
Mm.
then I remember it made me think
And then
because
it's
I
just
was.
just to cut you off, like what that makes me think about immediately is just like, well, I'm already just like thinking about, but what about the entire history that Rothbard like really like he you can hear in his voice how he emphasizes it in the lecture, the history of economics lecture that he did, the history of economic thought lecture on like from like the like pre-Austrians to the Austrians, you know what I mean? And like he really emphasizes like just how like empirically like how empirical like the fucking like the discovery that economics economic phenomena can be explained by laws, can embody laws that we can investigate, right? And like Menger's approach here, right? About like and that's like to the like it's important to the marginalist revolution itself, to the to understanding like the law of uh marginal utility,
Oh
right?
right, yeah, that was something else about Hoppo. Is that Hoppo is treating history as like anecdotes. Like you
Yeah.
just like you can use history as like a kind of tool to like support your argument.
Mm.
but not as like a foundation for discovering laws.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Like Menger didn't just magically come up with this idea of marginalism, marginal utility, right? He didn't just magically come up with it. He got to the idea because he was committed to understanding economic phenomena with laws, right?
Mhm.
That can be investigated on the market, right?
Mhm.
The real market, right?
Yeah. So
You get what I'm saying? That's the
Mhm.
root of marginalism there, right?
Mhm. I remember Luca sent me the video I was talking about though, and I responded to him saying that that Zulu talking about how the NAP can be deduced was, and I was going through Rothbard and I was writing it out. And I was saying, remember how Rothbard comes to law to act as party to reveal time preference, valuation, and scarcity. Capitalist advances present goods, bears uncertainty, foregoes present consumption, and coordinates production across time, which is induction via economic invariance. If production requires certain actions, then creating conflict with those actions is destroying production. That is how we arrive at the first comer. That man
Yes.
has a specific invariant nature where he must produce, and to aggress upon that
Yes,
is
he's giving a
destroy.
law. That's what he means by like natural law, right? Like their property rights, like like the natural like Rothbard is a natural law theorist when it comes to property rights. Like that's what he means, right?
Yeah.
Saying this right here is what he means. This is a natural law right here. This invariant relationship, right? But
So then,
what makes trade possible, right?
so then I came back to that quote, and then I understood what natural law
And you
meant.
see, it's just like an ecological law, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? It could be framed just like an ecological law, right? Like just like how you know, like my like self motion is invariantly linked to optic flow, right?
Mhm.
Mm.
Well, later on, I remember I kind of like I was enriching my understanding
Self
from.
motion relative to the surface layout. I mean,
Mhm.
yeah.
Like later on, I kind of enriched my understanding. Like people were asking me, like especially people like Octo, who are like really iffy about the term capitalist. I was explaining to them, like there's always a traceability or a line of history with intervention. Like we can trace it all the way back to something, and it's never those people who are actually producing capital goods, but the state intervening, uh, such that certain capitalists cannot produce capital goods. They champion like a corporate entity who's using the state to forestall other neighboring entrepreneurs. And it's like, well, you call that the capitalist, but it has nothing to do with the production of
Right.
capital goods. And,
And just like back
then
to
I
the
was,
point, right, about why I was stressing, right, the role of the capitalist. That's the key here. And it was like the argument that Adrian made, right?
Mhm.
About like the what the marginalist revolution made possible for Rothbard, right? Theorizing about law. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Mhm.
Like the idea that wage labor is like exploitative, right?
Mhm.
Like the only way that can be sort of countered, right? That the only way that could be countered was realized after was realized with marginal utility, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? And that's why the role of the capitalist was so key for
Well,
Rothbard, right?
well, there's, I think, interestingly enough, the Marx's kind of like bastardization of economics really did destroy the innovations that the anarchists were coming to
Mhm.
before. Because I know, like Ancat knows a lot about the history. He was talking about how a lot of what Proudhon was getting into, he was so close to understanding Austrian economics, and he was
We can just
like,
deduce it, it's just like Proudhon was grasping for something, just like Rothbard was grasping for something, and then Hoppe came in and saying, "Oh, we can just deduce it," and then Marx just came in for Proudhon and just said, "No, we can just deduce it. We can just deduce anarchism." Yeah. from the stage, of course.
Which, like, speaking of, if we go back to Hoppa, I remember.
I wanted okay, yeah, like we can go back to Hopper, but I wanted to talk. I wanted you to talk about like the me bringing that up to you, right? The role of the capitalist. Like, what were you thinking about that when I was bringing that up to you and Adrian's argument there, right? About how it was so essential to even just beginning to think about property rights, right? In the way Rothbard does,
Well, I didn't
right?
understand what you were talking about at first. It took like me trying to argue against Luca about the nap as deduced that like that conversation came to light and me reading Rothbard came to light and suddenly out of nowhere like all
Oh,
the pieces clicked.
okay. So tell me about that.
Well, yeah, so like I was arguing with him about we don't deduce natural law, it comes from economic invariance. And I was like, oh wait, it comes from economic invariance, like a natural law.
Hmm.
Like it goes outside of law, just law naively. It goes to like economics. And then that quote came to mind. And then I thought about the Springtime and Nations video. And then just like it all kind of like all the doors shuttered down all the way to like that moment, like everything clicked, like everything that you were saying, the
That was your G
quote.
was right moment.
Yeah.
Gee's right
Well,
again.
it's like it takes being in a certain position. Like it takes a certain position to understand it. Like I think that over time I've noticed that like you don't make a lot of sense at first, but when somebody really needs to understand something, then it just kind of comes to mind and then it all clicks. Like, this one day the need to, argue against the NAP as deductive, it comes to mind and what's required for that is understanding what you were talking about. And then it just
This is like,
like
oh, that's why he was
yeah.
trying to tell me that. That's why he was emphasizing that.
Yeah, it
He's
is
like so passionate about it. Yeah.
it clicks when it's most needed. Maybe like when you're talking about it is not exactly when I need to understand it, but when I do need to understand it, then it comes to mind.
Yeah, and it's like that's crazy that you say that because I've had that happen to me a bunch of times where people like months later they'll be like, "Yeah, I'm no longer a Christian." You know, I'm no longer a theist. I'm no longer a statist. I'm like, "Bro, what?"
Yeah, no, like yeah, I people do that with me as well, where they don't agree with me at first, but then I'm just kind of like, give it some time, you'll get it. Like I don't need to like exhaust it to you like crazy, like that you don't understand me now. I think it just shows that like you are not at the point where it's relevant yet.
Yeah, but
And
imagine
then,
if I never like brought that stuff up to you. You know what I mean?
It's
um,
almost like they need to like see it in the environment, and that kind of like recalls
Yeah.
what you're
Yeah.
saying about it.
yeah, no, I think that if it were never brought up, it would. I don't think that I would have stuck to the position, but it would have taken way longer for me to get it because I probably like it would have taken until the Remnant podcast for me to actually start thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay,
But by the
okay.
time you, Mhm.
And then you
So
started all right. Okay, yeah, continue.
yeah, so then around like the Remnant podcast was when I was able to like, I was already equipped with all of Rothbard's knowledge. Like I was
Yeah.
just able to like combat everything that was going on. I was like, oh
Yeah,
my
and I
god.
saw like oh wow, like Sertino is like it seemed like you were like the only one who really grasped what I was getting at, like what I was trying to do, what I was
Mhm.
saying, why I was like stressing it so much, and everybody was just brushing me off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I immediately was like totally and wholly aware of everything that was going on because I was like uh they were talking about an intervention and they were talking about how like there were degrees of harshness to intervention. And but I was like, but you can't know that. That's just not possible to know. And then I was like, yeah, because it does not have any economics to it. There's no natural law to talk about there. It's just like the state being the state just like, doing the arbitrary. So like why
Well, I
how are
mean,
you
there is
understanding?
laws, but the laws are
No.
different.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I was saying, like economic natural law.
Yeah.
Um and I was explaining like whether it's like like the state building like a $5 billion gazillion battleship, or like the state like stealing $1 from you. It's like there's not like a degree of difference there, like economic harshness, or like
Yeah.
the effects or anything like that. That's the horror of interventionism. Like you're not allowing interventionism to be like you know, exhausted for its effects. Like, don't you think that it's, what makes interventionism so bad is that we can't understand that?
Yeah.
Like, we can't understand that, a bajillion dollar, gorillion dollar battleship, it cannot be compared to like stealing $1 as better or worse. That's like the genuine true horrors of intervention.
Think about what was actually said in the debate, right? Because you were watching me combat,
Yeah.
like Marhop and Sue and you know.
Mhm. Yeah, no.
And I
I
remember you gave a whole like analysis, you know.
mhm.
So
I let
yeah,
me
it's good to concretize.
let me get to the analysis, because I remember, let me go, was it battleship or warship? I think it might have been.
Because it's good to concretize with their responses to what I was saying too, and what like
Mhm.
you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, let me just look up Sue, because I remember I mentioned Sue
Did
there,
you
and it was
ever,
like,
did you ever like argue with like Eduardo and Divinity about the whole life and death stuff? Like, did you ever really use that on them?
Not really. I never argued with them directly.
Bro, I would
ooh,
They just
really.
kind of got oh shit, ostracized, and like became outliers once I just like showed how like dumb they are.
hmm, yeah, there
Like
we go.
everything they were saying just kind of like lost all of its force.
Yeah, it's like your idea kind of just spread out through the whole ANCAP community, and then they just kind of like
Um,
all their power was drained. Really, they had no
Yeah, well, it's
high
been
ground on.
waning. I mean, it's been waning like the whole impact of what I said 2 years ago, in response to them, and sort of
Yeah.
like it's not very coherently put together. It's just kind of like things I've said here and there. So it's like like that's why it's also really important that we work on something on moral reasoning, right, Stratino?
mhm. Let me see. Um, trying to find
Yeah, because like
the
like a lot of
stuff.
people have like forgotten. Like I guess if you ask anybody about that whole era of the community, like a lot of people are not gonna remember. They're not gonna know. It's not even that they don't remember. It's just that they weren't there. They have no idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's
And it's
see.
not in like a readily accessible form that we can just give to the new people. So we need to create some readily accessible form of the moral reasoning stuff.
Mm.
Oh, I found my synopsis here, because I was talking about or I was referencing a passage in Man, Economy, and State, where all government spending can be split into two basic sources: resource using and transfer. And the source of the spending is derived from distorting value and misallocating in it, wherein all sorts of actions of and from the state are completely isolated from the market conditions to which we can value money well spent. Most people simply observe that the
Nice.
state is doing something and attempt to evaluate it in a moral sense, when to even evaluate it in the first place is to start with ecological conditions that the state lacks by its very nature.
Oh wow, that's cool.
And I said it's where
That's
pragmatism starts most crudely, the idea that we can evaluate the state as possibly able to allocate funds under an ecological pretext that could possibly be of benefit to your life. Then we get to all sorts of concessions from there.
And it's crazy, like Zulu ended up going down the same path as Smith, Dave Smith, right? That he was
Yeah.
pointing like, oh, Dave Smith used to be such a radical, and then now he's a pragmatist. What happened? Yeah,
bro. That's I just think it's so crazy to think about
and then
that.
that's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying,
and it's like
right?
it's
You get
so
you get what I'm saying,
bizarre.
Stratino?
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what happened, both to Dave Smith and Zulu. Why they were radicals and then they became pragmatists over time. Because that's what did you call it? The something of pragmatism, the horror of pragmatism, or what is it?
What's that?
What did you
I
say?
know. I'm thinking, when did I say it? So I'll probably know when I said it.
No, it was in what you just read.
Oh, let me see. Let me get back to it. It was it's how let's see. It's where pragmatism starts most crudely, the idea that we can evaluate the state as possibly.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's where pragmatism starts most crudely.
Yeah. Which it's interesting that I feel like Bart Simpson. I'm able to like pinpoint the exact second when Zulu just became a pragmatist because it was on that Dave Smith debate. It's like he showed
Right,
up
right.
and he like
Mm.
we were ready to duel Dave Smith and then he just blundered miserably. And then he was trying to find every way to say it was something different. It was like, oh, I just wasn't drunk enough.
It could be because like he spent so much of that time before, like just being very like braggadocious, you know.
I mean, like, he has a right to brag if he's able to pinpoint Dave Smith. I could see why Dave Smith would be like, he's like a massive enemy. He's like this massive pragmatist who's like, he's kind of tearing apart the whole movement with all this pragmatist stuff. And, Zulu was making a lot of amazing points about Dave Smith. And then, I think he just like he got so into his own self, I guess. Like he just kind of got like
Like yeah, I
into
mean I
himself.
understand I
His own
understand
like generate
you're
pseudo
lagging.
self-esteem. Sorry.
Hmm.
Right. He was trying to generate pseudo self-esteem, right?
Yeah, like I think he was trying to hype himself
Maybe,
up
yeah.
to the debate more than he needed to. Like he just needed to like stick to the script. And he was like, okay, all I need to do here is say the same stuff I've been saying. I don't need to do. He was like, yep, this is the day. This is the day I get to destroy him. It's like you already destroyed him. All you have to do is like, you know, say the same thing you have been saying, and it's fine. Just speak to the remnant. Just it's bigger than Dave Smith. I think that maybe Zulu had his target too low, that it was like it wasn't just about Dave Smith. It was about
Yeah.
speaking to the remnant.
I mean, do you
But
think
okay,
maybe it's
let's get
because
back.
like
Let I think we should we should drop this to the side and like go back to the property rights
Mhm,
discussion and the history of sort
mhm,
of like the how the different like approaches to it developed, the rationalist approach and then the empirical realist approach, right?
mhm. Well, you might like this one. from Hapa. This is from Hapa, and it's ooh, um property is a praxeological requirement. Hapa writes it kind of like getting to the cow. He says we can remain in the realm of positive legal analysis when we consider what may be called the praxeological requirement of any property assignment system.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean it seems like here, like I said, uh Rothbard was grasping at something. He was like Gibson, like he was like, bro, this is something that we need to research. We need to like investigate. We need to like talk more about it, and then it'll become clear, right? But there's something here, right? And he's grasping for it, right? He's reaching out at it, right? He's talking about, he's circling it, right? And then Hop comes along, right? Which is supposed to be his like student, his predecessor, right? Or not his predecessor, his
It's the protege.
protege, right? But then Hop comes along. He's like, no, let's just deduce it. We can deduce it, bro. You don't gotta do all this groping, bro. You don't gotta do all this
All this
searching
thinking.
and
Don't
all
gotta
this
think.
exploration. You don't gotta do all this thinking, bro. We can determine it. We can determine it non-cognitively, bro. We can just deduce it.
And I
what you're grasping for, we can just deduce it, bro. And I think that's the flip, You get what I'm saying? Just like
yeah.
with Proudhone and them, they were grasping at something, right? And then Marx comes along and he's like, we can just deduce it, you know? Forget all that nonsense that we're trying to understand something here, you know what I mean? We're trying to understand the world, something about the world here, right? We're just gonna deduce it, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's
No.
something to that, right?
Well, it's
And it's
like
like
this.
Proudhone didn't have what Rothbard had, right? And then Rothbard didn't have what we have, right?
Mhm.
Affordances,
I
right?
well, yeah, no, I think um it's a lot of rationalism is great at taking things for granted. So perhaps Hoppe was just taking economics for granted. And he's just like, okay, well, Rothbard, he did
Yeah,
this thing, he did all
he
his
was
good
taking for
stuff.
granted that how did Rothbard get to the stage where he's reaching out? He's able to reach out for this massive idea, right? He's able to
Hmm.
reach out to this, right? How did he get there? He got there through his respect for history and his whole like economic investigations, right? That's how he got there, right? And so he was standing on top of all of that and he was reaching out, right? And then
Hmm.
Hop comes along and he's like, no, we can just
Let's take
deduce
a
it.
step down. Let's take a step down from all of that. Let's just forget it.
No, he sees it, he thinks it's not necessary, you know?
Yeah,
It's it's merely contingent, you know?
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
just kind of
yeah,
like
I was more so
Hoppe.
because you were saying that Rothbard was like standing on top of all of this, and it's like Hop came after, and he just decided like not to, like he could have gone up, but he
No,
just
forget what you're
didn't.
saying. I think you're just trying to understand the metaphor I used. But yeah, Rothbard's reaching out, and then just like Hop, he takes all that for granted, because he thinks it's just merely contingent, right? He's a rationalist, right? He doesn't think it's necessary, right? He thinks we can just deduce it.
Hmm.
I see. So it's
Well,
like Hoppa's like trying to, like he's looking at it, and he's just taking it for granted.
He's not appreciating the work Rothbard did. He thinks it's like a fall from perfection. Like it shouldn't have required all this work, man. What the hell?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
this work makes it less subjective because all of this stuff is just contingent,
Yeah,
right?
he's like trivializing his own subject matter.
Yes. Right. So you understand what I'm saying, Stratino?
hmm. Yeah. No, I was I gonna mention? I think like it's kind of like taking the tree for granted as to how the branch grows. Like, you know, the tree and the trunk and all this stuff was necessary for the branch to grow. And you just take that all for granted. And it's like, oh, well, you know, why you don't need all this like tree shit for the branch to grow. The branch just like, you know, we start with the branch.
Not even that. We don't even start with the branch. You know, we start with like a label. You know, we start with a label that people attach to the branch after already deeming that the branch was something that we need to investigate. Yeah, you know, so let's name it, right? And then the
So you don't
rational comes
understand
along.
there is simply this platonic concept of a
The
branch already.
like a formalist world where we can just deduce it independent of anything that's going on here, independent of the branch, independent of the tree. We're just going to deduce the concept. You know what I mean? Because that's where the law really resides. That's where the, you know, the the objectivity really resides. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Independent of
And
context.
Kinsella kind of like continued that as well. Like, you know, you see it with like Estoppel, where it's like, you know, we don't need like the market or anything like that in order to explain Estoppel. Just imagine Crusoe and Friday on the island and you know, just like
I get to punch you back.
they're just
Yeah, think about how Rothbard uses Crusoe and Friday. He's using it to demonstrate an invariance, right, across a change, right, a transformation, right, saying that the principles of Crusoe's survival they remain invariant, right, across you know increasing the number of actors, right, across introducing you know Friday, right, that transformation. Rothbard's using the Crusoe Friday example in order to demonstrate this invariance, right?
Mhm,
You get what I'm saying?
mhm.
And that's what we've used sort of like hypotheticals like what's it called? The evenly rotating economy, right?
Ye-
We've used it to show like okay, if we change this variable or whatever, we could see this thing remains invariant, right?
No, I was arguing with Schizoid recently about hypotheticals for that reason because Schizoid was like really giving hypotheticals way more credit than they
But that's what
deserve.
we're trying to demonstrate with hypotheticals. You know, a hypothetical it doesn't stand alone, right? It's about
Mhm,
what variables are we talking about here, and like, so it's about changing those variables, right? It's not just like that hypothetical absolutely, right, without change. Like we're trying to demonstrate what happens if we change this part of the hypothetical, right? What remains invariant? That's what we're trying to demonstrate. You get what I'm saying?
mhm. Well, yeah, no, I remember I was explaining to him that like hypotheticals are really meant for just like they're just strictly for demonstration. Like, you know, it's not for like enrichment of knowledge, like the
Yeah.
way they thinking of it. Like he was
I
thinking that
think I just like I've been saying it's for demonstration, but I just realized, yeah, what we're trying to demonstrate is invariance, right? By changing some part of the hypothetical, some aspect of it, right? That's what we're trying to demonstrate. I haven't said that before. That's what we're trying to demonstrate when we're using hypotheticals, right? When we're using what is it called? Mental experiments. What are they called? Uh,
like
Godolkin experiments.
like those
You know what I'm
mind
saying? Yeah, but it's an experiment, right? What we're trying to demonstrate is an invariant, right? An invariance law, right? By
Mhm.
changing some variable, right?
Yeah, and so I was telling him like the knowledge that we know about the environment variants that we're trying to demonstrate are knowledge that we've already acquired. And now we're just trying to demonstrate that knowledge, which is different from
Yeah, in an
using.
easily accessible and reproducible form, right?
Mhm. I mean, yeah, no, it's like that's why we have science experiments is not to like discover knowledge. It's to make easily reproducible.
Yeah, I'm integrating a lot right now about what Godolphin experiments actually are for.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, like a lot of people treat experiments as like how we discover the knowledge, but there's a whole process behind, before we get to the experiment,
It's about
which it's
validating
like,
it.
yeah, it's like
Yeah, if we
they think
discover
like
the
we start with
knowledge
like a
that way,
hypothesis.
yeah.
Like I just
Well,
start with like kind of I got like an intuition, and then I just need to experiment. Like I need to do an experiment to prove it. Where it's like that was never the idea. There it was like we have like a collection
It's about
of
demonstrating it. Science is public. It's a public thing that like it's a
yeah.
social fact. Like it's a social thing where I have to be able to demonstrate it. Uh, like it's better if I can do it more easily, and this is the way I can do it. I can demonstrate it to you, so we can we can do things that I can't do on my own. We can divide labor, right? We can divide the
Oh
labor.
yeah, no, that's
You know what I'm
exactly
saying?
what I
We can
mean.
coordinate, right?
Like science and philosophy as participatory.
Mhm.
Like everybody's participating in it. Everybody's like learning it on their own
Like
accord.
I
What
can't
the
flank a prey animal from both sides at once, right? But I can do it with another person.
Oh yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I can't
And
like and sort of I can also do that, like I can remember things, right? I can extend memory and uh perception, right? Like and imagination, right?
Yeah, just other people remember
To
other
to
things
to much
while saying that.
larger I can extend it to much larger things. I can extend it across space and time much more by participating with other people, right? Through like shared constraints, right?
Mhm. There's something to this, and like there's something to us being able to like with a division of labor do more than what we could have before because we
Oh yeah.
have multiple reference points, and then like
Well,
what
it's
Hopper is
definitely like
doing.
an essential aspect of why the fuck we even exist the way we do, because humans are like that's part of why humans are selected for, you know?
Well, there's something there, but also with like how Hopper, I don't think that there's any viewpoint whatsoever in what he's talking about, and I'm trying to get at it. That I think that he's doing like the complete opposite, where there's like it's like completely unfalsifiable.
Mm. Like you see, whenever I talk about property rights, whenever I talk about like any of this stuff, and a lot of the times it ends up like going into like the history, and then also like, well, why humans, right? In the first place, you get what I'm saying? And then I
Mhm.
go into the global evolution thermodynamic explanation, right?
Mhm.
And you see how I keep increasing, like going to larger and larger systems, right? And like that's not at all the direction that Hop takes, right? He takes the predicative direction, takes the rationalist
Mhm.
direction. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yeah, I'm just thinking really hard about something. Uh,
I have X, I have
Yeah,
Y.
I think that would be a big part of of the paper if we write a paper or whatever on this, the predicative and impredicative direction, right?
mhm. Let me think, because I'm really really getting on something. Chewing on something a little bit. I think like
Think
I
about
want to.
are you saying what about the connection to the question we started with, right? The two approaches to the question we started with. Does that help?
The connection to what we were talking about with science and participation in science, and I'm
Okay.
charging Hoppe with unfalsifiability because I think that like it's yeah, it's just like transcendental arguments. It's what
Yeah,
happens
he
when we
loves
have like
transcendental arguments.
So, like, Hoppe is something closer to certain norms are presupposed by the very act of engaging in an argument, for example. That's a transcendental argument. Or, like, but from that, you could say, like, but what observation could prove this wrong? Like, if someone says, like, um, you know, whatever, Hoppe can just say, "Well, that doesn't refute the argument because the argument concerns the logical presuppositions of argument itself," or something like that. Like it's just completely unfalsifiable from any
Yeah, just
end.
like how more data couldn't have refuted epicycles, right? Ptolemy.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
it
that
couldn't
is,
have refuted. It couldn't have refuted the Ptolemaean framework, right?
and
Ptolemy.
I think there are a lot of people who will try to like refute argumentation ethics, and then it's like always in vain because the response is like, "Oh yeah, well that doesn't like refute it because it's completely unfalsifiable." They're just gonna keep saying over and over again, "Oh well, that
Yeah,
doesn't
it's because
refute
what
it."
they're talking about is something outside of the like it's just like what Hop did is what any formalist does. They establish fucking like the limits. They just stay within the limits of their formalism, and then it's like, oh, you can't touch me. You're talking about something outside of my formalism, and then my formalism is the real world, so you can't touch me.
Mhm.
Dude, it's like a
Yeah, what
fucking
you're talking about is
child,
not the real
bro.
world, right? Like they're talking about like the reality of like, oh, what if this happens in an argument, or I just do this or whatever, like like actual agents doing things, like reality, right? And it's like, nope, you can't touch me.
Yeah, it's like a child, bro. It's like, oh no, I dodged that. No, no, no.
Oh, that's no fair. No, I win. Um,
My powers is our
but
You get
powers.
what I'm saying, right? It's just what any formalist does.
yeah, no, like, um, and then I think from that you really understand like Papa is making like a bunch of logical reconstructions of things. So like, there's obviously the charge of unfalsifiability, but there's also just like it's like a view from nowhere.
It's like what has been left out is the important question, right?
Mhm.
What has been left out? What's been left out, in his formalism is literally the justification of property rights.
Well, what's also been left out is the observation
It's
point.
property rights as such, actors, the reality of actors and like what makes trade possible and all that, right? Like is not makes trade possible, obviously.
Well, like he removes the observation point by which we can
Right.
understand property rights because he's like,
Yeah.
you have to deduce it. You can't see it. You can't like, perceive
Yeah,
it.
you can't see property rights. You can't perceive it. It has to be deduced
So
because it's
like,
irrational.
If
it's
somebody says formalisms aren't the real world, Hoppa might have a stroke, man.
it's like, well, like property rights is a
But
category.
Rothbard was pretty like I think Rothbard was pretty clear on how like that property rights are directly perceived, right?
Because Rothbard talks about like, well, if we didn't have property rights, we wouldn't be doing anything. We're always doing stuff all the time. We're like assuming ownership by the very act of exchanging a good. Like we see
Yeah, but I
that.
mean in
We see
ethics of
that.
liberty, right?
That too. I think he was talking about I think he was talking about like a cornfield or like a patch of farmland, something about that you can see property.
Yeah.
Mhm. And you know,
That's a very good point. Like to distinguish the two lines of thought is that one views property as directly perceived, right? And the
mhm.
other
Love to
views
see
it
it.
as something to be deduced from the categories or whatever,
Yeah,
right? From a
property
Yeah.
priori
affordances also.
to be a
Propositions.
priori deduced from some a priori categories. And so, but
Mhm.
and then it's like, okay, right? We can talk about the difference, and then we can also talk about what's required for the view that property rights are directly perceived, right? Is obviously affordances, right?
Mhm. And like the split is also equally like what what emerges when we attempt to solve real problems. Like we have like I need to trade this thing. What is required of
Yeah.
that? What is required of me to trade this good that
But
I have?
also, like, what happens, right, to
Mhm.
our sort of universe of discourse, right? Does it get ever more isolated from the rest of human knowledge, or from science, right?
Mhm.
From philosophy, right? Like has been the case from Hop on, and like his privileging of praxeology. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, you get what I'm
And
saying?
yeah, because then the question is switched to like what principles must already be logically like true, quote unquote, before we can argue about anything.
And just
Like
like increasingly isolates Austrianism more and more and more and more from the rest of science, from the rest of human knowledge, right? Instead of
it's
integrating it, right?
well, yeah, no, like the Austrian school has now been treated as like a hack school.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, like it used to be pretty well regarded insofar as
Mhm.
everything I know. Like Hayek got like the Nobel Prize or whatever, and you know, we were like making like massive leaps and bounds, and Rothbard was like getting like acclaimed by professors and cited
Yeah.
by people, and then I think Hoppe came along, and then he started talking about like he made like the Freedom and Property Society, and they're like, well, let's invite Richard Spencer. We agree with Richard Spencer, and he was like, darkies go to hell, and then it's like, yep, that's the Austrian school, and You know, you were talking about the division of labor. Like the division of labor itself is, like a historical process because,
Mhm.
we divide and conquer, discovering different, things. We discover all around the world all sorts of different things, and we have like a division of labor around the world that we see through history. And no single mind knows every productive possibility and every local adaptation and every innovation that can be done. We just know it from a particular point of view on the world.
And that's
From
what's
like
required. That's the
exactly.
thing. That's what's required because say like think of it like this. I can't run the track standing upon a hill viewing a runner running the track, like where I can view a runner running the track,
Oh, and
right?
that goes back to what was in the conversation you were having with ChatGPT.
Yeah, you saw it was in there, right?
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, no, that is such a great integration that we're circling back to that because, you know, you can't you can't participate in the process of uncovering new ideas, and you can't participate in philosophy or science if you're in like this whole different world of we need to find what's logically true, and we need to find the category for property rights, and what is like the like what is all this nonsense. We have to
I think the
history
way
is like
Rosen analyzed it, the terms Rosen uses to analyze that kind of stuff is probably better to use, you know?
Mhm. But what's interesting is like the division of labor as a historical process. We see everything from all sorts of different angles. No one mind knows everything about the world going on, just like a local little part of it. And then history, we get to converge all of it. We get to see all the different findings from everyone, and then we're building on
Yeah,
that, and that's what allows us to take the next steps. So,
right.
you
Think
know,
if like if we didn't have a different viewpoint from those in the history, right?
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't be able to do that, right?
There would be no
Mhm.
progress because it would be the
Yeah,
same.
yeah.
So that's what I really mean when I mean like there's no point of view
And it's like that connects,
ultimately.
bro, that connects really, right? Why trade? right? Why property rights? Because it makes trade possible. Why trade, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Like I do.
Exactly what we were just talking about, right?
Mhm.
The difference, sort of the coordination of heterogeneous actors, right? You know, it's like the asymmetry of values, right? That we I value it. I value what you have more than uh what I have, right? And you value what I have more than what you have, right?
Mhm. Exactly. And if we go all the way back to what we were starting this conversation with like needing to branch out, needing to go
Mhm.
to new places, needing
Yeah.
to discover new things, there's a price to that.
And that's
And
just a fact of evolution, right? That's what evolution does. You know what I mean?
mhm. I mean, yeah, no, ever since like the beginning of human history, we've been wanting to go out. We've been wanting to discover what is out there.
Yeah.
What's,
You remember all
what
my docs on that?
mhm. And also
There's
that
that
one
was some
video
cool
that
stuff.
you gave me,
Yeah.
the evolutionary documentary about like humans, like we're, constantly
Yeah.
coming to new places, and there's like a price to that. And some people are in certain places, and other people are in different places, and we're converging, and that's how we trade. Is like there's a price to going this way, and he has a price going that way, and we exchange.
Form a unitary planetary system, with our
Mhm.
planets, You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wow.
Planetary for now.
And
I,
remember Zulu was saying that's all mystical gobbledygook, man. That we form a unitary planetary systems with our surrounds, man.
What do you mean? Like, we are fierce. I'm physically and logically separated from you, but
oh
if we're
yeah,
not
no,
talking right now,
that was so bad. You're just like, it's like, I think he saw it as like collective. He was like mocking it without knowing what it even was.
that's exactly what it was. We spent like half an hour.
Like I was just trying to tell him,
Probably.
like you're superficially mocking it. You're literally not even addressing the claims here, right? And I tried to sort of point out how like this. Well, I wasn't pointing it out to him, but when we were talking about it in VC, I was saying how like where's the mysticism here? Where's the
There
mystical
is
leap
mysticism.
here?
It's just that
Right?
like
It's like we have these
there is
terms, right?
some
We have
animosity, and
living
if we want to
systems.
overcome it,
We
yeah,
have
if we want
living
to overcome
things.
it, so
We have living things, their surrounds. We have a unitary planetary system, right? We have these terms, right? And supposedly they're inherently mystical, right? Because he's just saying like, look at it, it's mystical. And so let's compare that to what we know is actually like mystical.
I
When
mean,
somebody talks about
psychology is
God,
mystical. So
when
if you
when,
add
when somebody
psychology to physics, that is
you,
mystical, man.
when somebody talks about God, right, like the arbitrary powers of God, right, they relate God to something, right, some phenomenon, right?
Mhm.
That's obviously mystical, right? So what term here is like equivalent to God here? We have living things, we have their surrounds, we have a unitary planetary system, right?
Mhm.
We have entropy production. We have all these terms that are scientific objects of scrutiny, objects of scientific scrutiny, right? What's mystical about them? God is not an object of scientific scrutiny, right? That's what makes him mystical. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm. Like it's just completely unfalsifiable.
Right.
No,
So,
dude, there
and it's
is
just
a
like
fucking
like
million years of
the
theology,
only
so it's
stand
totally science, man.
the only
Totally
standard
study science.
the only standard I can grasp, like I said, the only standard I can like I like if I was getting a clue from what he was just saying from his statements, the only standard I can get for what he's saying, why he's calling it mystical gobbledygook or whatever, right? The standard he's using to determine that is just he's just trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator.
Mhm.
That's the only thing I can get from his statements because he's not even addressing the actual claims.
God. But yeah, um, I have to get going. Um, we went over a lot. That was really good.
Yeah, but I feel like it's just like we only touched the surface level on a lot of things, bro. You know?
You always say
It's
that.
not
You'll
right.
never. Well, think about it like this: you're never gonna reach the bottom. You know, there's always more. But
But yeah, I like I said, you know, we should work on some like we should work on like a paper or two, you know. Like we should work
Mhm.
on a small thing on like property rights, you know, like this
Yeah.
because you know the history better, right? But
Mhm.
if you work on that, like you can put that together, you know, I can try and give a lot of input, you know, on the affordances side of things, you know, or what
Mhm.
we've been talking about, right? But that's like a side thing, right? But I mean like an actual like real deal, like research paper, the ecological acoustics paper, that seems like a really good idea to do,
Yeah.
right?
No, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
But all right.
But
I
yeah,
gotta.
bro, DM me about it, bro. DM me about whatever.
Yeah. No, I'll probably be talking about more stuff about music, and I'll tell you about it.
Okay, okay. You can also search up like in the chat. I've
Mhm.
talked about ecological acoustics before, and like I've given a bunch of resources on it, like a little
All
bit
right. Yeah.
in there.
I
So you
think
can
I've
see some of that
looked
in the
at.
chat.
I think I looked at a little bit of them, but I'll see if I can find you more.
Yeah.
All right. See ya.
You. Ah. Okay. Ziggy.
that was crazy. I
Yeah,
couldn't
what's
even
up?
see them.
What were you saying, Sakura?
I said that was crazy. I couldn't even see them moving.
But yeah, Ziggy. So I
Yeah.
guess we can. Oh, we can talk more about the property rights thing now. Like with you, like
Yeah.
with your
Yes.
what you've heard, right? What do you think?
Um. Yeah, that gives me like a bit more grounding as to what I should have focused on. I think if we read back, we
Yeah,
just scroll all the way back. If we read back, I think
Like
I like
you went the deductivist route. You went saying
yeah, yeah. I
like
think
oh
it
yeah,
started off
like it's just like they have the capability of concepts, right? And then they can form the concept of property rights, right? That's what it's that's the basis of it, right? That's the basis of property rights.
no, I think I started off
But
good,
that's what
but
property
then
rights are for.
hang on, let me scroll all the way back up.
No, but you don't. That's not the way you're supposed to like. That's not a good way to do it. You know. That's what we were talking about. It's like the
Yeah,
wrong
I
approach.
I'm not
get
sure
I
it's
get
here,
like
honestly.
I get what you're saying.
He didn't respond to you saying anything. Oh wait, yeah, he
Hang
said
on.
that he's be right back in 10 minutes in the VC text. It's probably not back yet.
What? I said I'd be back in 10 minutes. I'm
So
back
yeah, he's
now.
gone.
He's back.
He's right
I'm
there,
back now. I'm
right?
Is
literally
he?
talking right now.
I don't think he's back.
Can you not hear
Bro,
him?
I'm
he's
talking right
talking
now.
right now.
What? I can't hear him. What the fuck is code?
You probably have my volume turned
What?
down.
I can't hear him. What? Wait.
He's talking right
Kelly
now.
probably has my volume turned down.
Yeah, can you hear him now?
I don't think.
Hello?
Yeah, did he say something?
I'm
Yeah.
Is he saying
talking.
something? Oh, there we go. Now I hear him. What the fuck?
Okay. Okay, never
What the
mind.
fuck?
Let's start
Okay, yeah,
at the
Discord got
start.
a fucking
So
stroke.
Yeah.
okay, let's start at the start. So I'm saying he's asking why don't animals have rights? And I said, why would animals have rights? Why don't they? And I said, burden of proof. And then I said, non-aggression is beneficial in a variety of ways. Can uphold the rational capability of the other person, which leads them to be productive and such. You benefit from that. You benefit from trade and stuff. Reason is at the point of gun, or however the saying goes. And Wizard in Excel says, okay, so other animals don't benefit. I think I'm still fine here. Why would I care if they benefit? I don't benefit from being non-aggressive to cows. So you understand of this benefit? I asked him if he's an egoist or not. I tell everyone I understand it. Okay, where the hell am I going wrong? Benefits my life. They naturally have rights. I respect those rights. Okay, yeah, here it is. So why he asked, why do humans have rights? And I say because they're rational, and that's where I go wrong. Is it?
Well, you went wrong a little bit before that. Like you what you were just saying too. You were like going wrong already. You were going down that route.
What are we looking at? I'm trying to find what we're looking at.
I'll link it to you. I'll link the start of the conversation to you, Sakura.
Like,
Okay.
recall what we were talking about just a little bit ago when we started talking about property rights, me and Stratino just now, like how we introduced it, right? We started with trying to understand what it's even for, what they can do for you, what they make possible, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they make possible trade.
Right.
So I shouldn't have I lost the conversation again. Oh, I shouldn't have said. Oh,
Oh
wait,
my
so
god.
so when I
Dude,
say
Wizard's
beyond,
still on this shit about the
So
anthill,
it's
bro.
like
Does he know?
okay, what invariant facts, right? It's like coercion, or like maybe we can introduce this coercion point that I made, that I said that coercion is ubiquitous, like it's not just unique to humans, right? Humans can coerce other animals, animals can coerce other animals of
oh,
other species, you know?
but it happens to be that in humans there's an invariant in which coercion
Mm-hmm.
interferes with their means of
Mm-hmm.
survival.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well,
So
yeah, it's
that's
like
why.
right. And it's like but also, what invariant fact can I sort of satisfy, right? What invariance law, what symmetry can I satisfy, right?
Oh, I
In
see where
just
this is.
not coercing a cow, right? What symmetry breaking is associated, right, with coercing a cow, right? What symmetry am I breaking if I
So you're
coerce a
saying
cow?
like if you coerce a cow, if you don't coerce a cow, it's the same situation, roughly, right?
Well, I mean, I might get some value, you know, like there might be some values, there might be some things that it makes possible, but it's not trade. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It definitely doesn't make a division of labor possible.
So it would fall under a different principle. It would fall under like some kind of animal
Yes,
rearing
it
principle,
would fall under a different
not under an
principle.
economic
Exactly.
principle.
It is a different principle. The relata are different, right? It's not
Yeah.
a person, right?
Yeah, like
It's not Crusoe, right? It's not Friday. It's not John, right? It's fucking a dog name. What the fuck is a dog name?
So when he's saying why don't animals have rights, I would start by saying like the initial mistake that he's making is to assume that rights apply to everything first and then narrowing that down to humans
Yeah,
later.
it's
So
like
he should start like,
why do we
why
need
do
a
rights
concept
exist?
called rights
Rights are
rights in the first
scaled to
place?
humans.
It's
Rights are
Yeah.
like,
scaled to humans in the first place. Why would we even
Yes.
apply them to animals ever? Right.
why do
Right. I mean,
animals
well,
even
just
need
like the
that?
question is just like it's incoherent.
But yeah, why
Yeah,
do they
yeah.
even need that?
Yeah, but that's incoherent, right? It's just like actually we can investigate, right? Because we're natural law theorists, right? So we can investigate their invariant facts. What invariant facts, right, are sustained, right? Like satisfied, right? What symmetry conditions are satisfied by not coercing, right? What symmetry breaking conditions are satisfied by coercing, by coercing some animal, this cow we call Daisy or whatever, any individual like other organism, right? That we coerce, right? We can investigate this, right? And there are natural laws, right? Just about, if the like relata is another person, you know what I mean? Right? Just like if the relata is an animal, there are also natural laws there, but they're just different principles, right?
Yeah, like not economic principles, because there's
Yeah.
nothing to do with trade.
Exactly. But that's how we even got to economic principles in the first place. That's how Menger started investigating them, right? He just was searching for these laws, right, that exist, right, among human
Yeah,
action,
like
right?
yeah, like in his book, like the principles. Was
Right.
that the book, the principles of economic something? He was like
Mhm.
looking for
Yeah.
laws, like causal laws
Hmm.
between like of production, and that's how he got started.
Yeah, and what he meant by causal laws was really invariance laws, symmetry
Yeah,
principles.
yeah. All right, and the conversation just goes downhill from there. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I see now.
So you see what I mean, right? Like
Yeah, I see what
it's
I mean.
not it's just like the same mode of investigation. It's like we just the way we discover the laws that we call property rights, right? That make trade possible, right? The way we discover that is, I mean, we can just apply that to animals or any other animal. It's the same. Like, there's no difference that we could like in the method here, right? So it has the same standard of evidence, right?
Yeah, it's kind of the same as
Yes,
dropping the
yeah, yeah.
cage.
You got what I'm saying, right? So
It's
like,
like it
let's
doesn't
see if
change.
you can actually get that, right? But like, this is how we can do. Like, he's asking, how do you do this, right? And like the traditional approach is just deductive, right? It's like, oh, we deduce it from the Platonic form of man, right? We deduce property rights, bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's what you were getting at. We deduce property rights. That's nonsense. Because then they
Yeah, and then
couldn't
that's
be
how
actually like effective in the world, you
and then
know?
that's how we get to the later point of like if some humans are like retarded, then they don't get property rights because they don't satisfy like the criteria of being rational and being this and being that.
Yeah, that's a rationalist criteria.
Yeah.
So
And I
yeah,
think we
what do you think now?
um I think yeah, I should have just said like, the question is like you're getting it the wrong way around. You're getting animals, like the concept of differentiating animals from humans, and the concept of the question, like the focus of the question, which is on economics and law. Like you're getting them the wrong way around. You should be looking at animals first, humans first, and then after that you should be looking at laws. Like the law, natural law.
Well, you have to start just with the commitment to searching for laws and laws are as explanatory, right? Here. You know what I mean?
Like looking for laws about animals, and then that leads us to like the
About
specific laws that we're
like
talking about.
action like about action, right? Like with like laws of like take this person, Crusoe, right? What invariant facts are satisfied, right? Or broken by some group of actions, right? Some group of transformations, right? That involve Crusoe and some other relata, some other entity, right? What changes can be made to the system, right? That preserve some its symmetries, right? Or break its symmetries.
Right, right. So we're just looking for how do I say this? Like the just the kinds of things you can do, and then the things that they like the kinds of things that you can do and preserve the organism's means of survival, or break the organism's means of survival. Right.
Right, but it's just a fact that
Yeah. Yeah.
there's these facts that make trade possible, right? There's invariant facts, laws, right, that we can talk about that invariantly link the possibility of trade to certain um, property of like ecologically, right? We would understand an ecological law, right? We would understand sort of like the organism's performable actions, right? As a property that's invariantly linked to a property of the ambient energy distributions, right? The pattern energy
Right.
right. So
And then we
it's
and then we link the capability for trade to like the
yeah. So
the
it's talking
causal
about some
structure of the
environmental invariant, right? Some yeah, you get what I'm saying, right?
yes, yes.
So
Let me sum
it's
this up.
talking about the larger system, right? The larger system. So it's like we have two relata that are invariantly linked by some law, right, in the larger system, right? That's what makes them relata, right?
So what are the two relata here? Is it the
It's
two
it
traders?
we have
Or
Crusoe or some human agent, right? And we just start relating him to we relate him to other humans and we investigate the symmetries of this system, right? And we
oh,
relate
okay. So
we relate them to, you know, a dog or something, or like a cow, like a specific cow or something, and like we investigate we can investigate the symmetries of that system just the same, right?
right, right. So under the same mode of investigation, the relationship between a human and a dog and a human and a human, of course, obviously different. So
Mhm.
that's just where we get the concept of natural law from.
Those are natural laws, right?
Yeah,
Those are the natural laws. Those symmetry principles, like invariantly linking, to move forward, right? Make the optic array flow, right? Make the ambient optic array flow, make the ambient distribution of light flow, right?
yeah,
That is like, it's linking a change in behavior to a change in the environment, right?
right. So it's like the same
Invariantly,
thing.
invariantly linking, right? That's the law. That's the symmetry principle. It's invariantly linking one difference to another. A change in one is proportionally a change in the other.
Right. So it's like if you want to make a dog run and throw a bone, if you want to make a human trade,
Yes.
then like keep the environment free of coercion.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
But not just about
Cool.
making them want to trade, just making trade possible,
Yeah, making it
right?
possible. Yeah, having the disposition like in the environment.
Right, because if I'm going to just force them to give it to me, then I'm going to just force them to give it to me, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
Right,
yeah.
there's no question of like if I want if I need them to do something that can't be obtained by just me taking it from them by force, if I need something from them that can't be obtained just by taking it from them by force, right? They have to surrender their will, right? So it's like they can't you can't force somebody to produce something. You can't force them to trade with you, They have to surrender their will to you or you're just going to take it anyways, right?
Right, right.
Yeah, that's the objectivist point about force versus reason, force versus mind.
Yeah, I was gonna watch Leonard Peoples lecture about that like a couple months back,
Ben
but
Swinger
I
has a
just
good video about it on
what's
Yeah,
it
HBTV.
about
called?
what?
Force versus mind.
Oh,
HBTV Force
mhm. I'm
versus
watching it right after this talk then.
Yeah.
Mind. Force versus the mind. Okay, I'm gonna like save this right
Hmm.
here. Save it,
Yeah,
and I'll watch it tomorrow.
if you ground that, like you take that and then you also take the ecological understanding, right? Property rights as affordances, then it's like the perfect argument.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? Like those two
yeah.
together. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And that's like my general approach. That's how it's been for a little while now, right? Like instead of like the approach you took. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I got it.
I don't know why the hell Wizard said that
I mean, do you want to
I.
articulate it? What do you get about what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. So basically, what you're saying is like between any two organisms, like if you have like you have a law between them, basically, like a certain conditions make certain relationships between these two organisms possible. So like if you have a cow and you
Right.
have grass, like you having grass in
Just
the
like
environment makes
dispositions.
cow rearing exactly. Dispositions having grass in the environment makes cow rearing possible because grass affords one thing to the human being, such as placing it in a field or whatever, and it affords eating to the cow. So that makes cow rearing possible between the
And we can
cow and human.
perceive
And
the
similar,
affordance. We can perceive that these affordances that, and we can know that like we can perceive the affordances that other organisms perceive. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a point made in Intro to Ecopsych in one of the chapters on social like coordination or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, that's
social
the same
affordances.
one reality. Yeah, the same one
Yeah.
reality, right? So between humans, that law takes the form of we observe that. So we observe from the objectivist point that coercion cannot exist in the same environment as reason, as productive trade, which is a product of reason. So, if we want to make it possible to embed ourselves within an economic structure where we can reap the benefits of trade, the benefits of living in a developed economy, then we have to keep that structure, that environment clear of the
Well,
coercion
if we want
that will.
like the enormous benefits of the division of labor, because like think about it like this: like what is Crusoe limited to? What is autistic exchange limited to? Like there's a very like uh like already extensively discussed topic in Austrian economics, right? That like like the immense power of the division of labor, right? And like the limits of economic calculation when it comes to when you're just like one person, right? Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah. But
So,
look in VC text. If you look in VC text, you can actually see. I give some
yeah, yeah.
examples here.
Oh, is
Uh,
this the screenshots?
yeah, the screenshots. Look where I talk about Crusoe isolation.
Uh, is that which screenshot is that in? Is that the first one or the second one or the third one?
Second one, I think.
Second
Yeah,
one.
but
Okay.
also read like just like the the top of the second section where it talks about Crusoe autistic condition, isolating
Yeah, yeah.
condition
I see it.
of
I see
exchange.
it.
Yeah, you see how
Isolating
it limits. Yeah,
limited access to external price and cost signals. Yeah, so you can economize less. It affords less
right.
economizing, right? And so that's like the basic problem, right? It's a big
Yeah,
problem
but
we
it's like
have.
it limits the growth of the production structure that he can establish, right? Because it's because things are more costly. Like stakes are much more costly. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Like, see what
that's
it says here.
basically. Yeah. Hang on. Let me finish reading it then. Okay.
Yeah,
Isolating
like read from the
conditions.
top of the
Yeah.
second section
All
as
right.
it explains.
All right. Definition: the Crusoe or autistic conditions are an isolating condition of exchange where resources are directed in exchanges that occur internally or individually without or having limited access to external price or cost signals. Resources are allocated solely based on self-assessment and internal needs without external cost comparisons. In isolating conditions, capital direction is limited to immediate needs or survival goals. Since external price signals are absent, resource use is constrained by self-estimated value and long-term planning and complex production. Absence of external exchange limits information clarity, as economic decisions lack market-derived feedback. Choices are reactive and based on limited personal knowledge rather than responsive to consumer preferences or external machinery. Scarcity. So, yeah, and then we have these three. So, like, if you're physically isolated, if you're isolated because you're a minor or something, and then if you're retarded. All right. So, yeah, back to articulating what I was saying before.
Crusoe isolation. I mean, just like read the first one, the Crusoe
Oh, okay.
isolation.
Resources are used for immediate, self contained purposes, limited planning potential due to the lack of external feedback. Without external signals or potential for trade, Crusoe's capital allocation is constrained to immediate needs. This is what I was saying above. E.g., suppose Crusoe spends a week building a complex fish trap without knowledge of the local fish population or seasonal trends. It risks overinvesting in a tool that yields insufficient returns. This misallocation limits his ability to diversify into other productive activities, forcing him to stick to immediate basic tasks rather than building a robust capital structure. He can't plan effectively over long periods because he lacks access to a stable structure for valuing his labor or resources. If he invests too much time building a shelter at the expense of food gathering, his survival could be jeopardized.
Yeah, you see, like that. The
Yeah.
example was, I would explain the other stuff probably differently now because this was a while ago. But the example is really good, right? And this
Right.
was
So
actually an example directly from Rothbard, right? It limits his ability to diversify into other productive activities, right? Just like like without other people, without the potential for trade, right?
right, and that's just like the product of marginality, right? Because like
Yes,
when you have these people pumping out, they're so specialized and pumping out like tons and tons of the same thing is so cheap.
right.
So if you want a fish, you can just get a fish. It's like $5. All right.
Yes, but if Crusoe invests too much time in building a shelter at the expense of food gathering, his survival could be jeopardized, right?
Right. But then if you do that in like a developed economy, all you have to do is just go to work and then you're free.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So much more becomes possible for the human, right? Instead of just like living day by day, just gathering food, you know,
Right, right.
and
It's like
living in a
it's
dingy
like
hut.
yeah, that's something that actually struck me. I'm not sure if you've heard the Fountainhead, but in Fountainhead, Rand describes Rourke as like if he was like alone on the earth or something, if he was the only man living on earth. And that always rubbed me the wrong way because obviously, if he was the only
Yeah,
man living on earth, wouldn't he be like fucking fishing or farming or something? Why would he be
yeah,
like designing
exactly.
skyscrapers? It makes no sense to me.
Right.
Right.
You would be weaving some fucking shit out of like leaves or something.
Exactly.
Yes,
Exactly.
collecting berries all day.
He'd be collecting berries all day. Yeah, spearfishing.
All right. All right. All right. Now back to what I was saying before. Back to what I was saying
He would be
before.
doing what humans did billions of years ago, or hundreds of millions of years ago.
In the 6000, right after the like Great Flood or whatever the fuck.
Bro, the Earth is only 500 years old, man.
But yeah, that's a key point. So yeah, back to articulating what you were saying.
Right, right. Back. Okay. So,
Mm.
what was I saying before? Oh, yes. That's the benefit that you get from this particular lawful relationship that you have with other people, and particularly that you have with a large network of other people, though even one other person it still
Yeah,
gives you the
and it's
benefit
really
to it.
part of why. I mean, it's part of why humans in the first place, right? Why humans are selected for, why they have the particular capabilities that they do, why, you
Right,
know,
right.
you get what I'm saying?
Like
Like I don't know if you.
communication and stuff, just like the specialization allows us to exhaust so many
Mhm.
other potentials, like agriculture, mining, stuff
Right.
like that. It
Mhm.
wouldn't be possible without the
It wouldn't be
diversification.
possible, yeah, to coordinate resources on a global scale, right? Across heterogeneous agents, right? Uh,
Right, right,
like
right.
with time extended production structures, like a hierarchy of production, like this vast hierarchy of production. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And all that to access right things like coal and oil that just remain locked in the earth, right, since the carboniferous period, since there was all these forests without any fungi to decompose them, there weren't any decomposers yet, right, all the algae in the oceans and stuff, right, that became oil, you know
Oh,
that
speaking of that,
that, that
that
has
actually
to
made me
move. That
ask.
energy can't remain locked away, right, in that form forever. It has to move, right? Has to be.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? That's why humans
Yeah.
were selected for.
Yeah.
That's what
Speaking of
humans were
that, I've been
selected.
actually meaning to ask, right? Do you think like our survival will still be supported if we move like a different planet? Because obviously it's like the geocosmic system where we're trying
Well,
to
it's
dissipate
it's
resources
also
on Earth.
the universe more broadly, right? Because it's like, we were selected, like, Earth had all these different like organisms and like range of living species that could dissipate potentials on like the time scales, like on seasonal time scales, and like those kind of time scales, on like the time scales of like the um like of just like I don't know, like there's like, it's in my notes, like there's all these different time scales that like certain types of species, like they like occupy right, that niche. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, but like, what about the time scales, of millions of years, right? Billions of years, like the oil that's locked underneath the earth, right?
Right.
And
There was
the
nothing dissipated there, so that's why we were selected for.
exactly, but also think about the splitting of the atom. The energy locked in the fucking atom is all the way since the Big Bang, bro. Right? That's on a much, much larger time scale. Like, well, like,
That's true.
you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
close to the Big Bang.
Yes. Yes. So, but like hypothetically, I mean, potentially, like if there was some shit locked under the surface of like Jupiter or whatever, we could go there and just dissipate it, and that would work out.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why Jupiter is the way it is, right? There's a reason why Venus is the way it is. It doesn't have an atmosphere that supports life, right? It does. It's like a very like, from our perspective, it's like a very like hostile place to life, right? It's because Earth had this like opportunity to increase the rate of entropy production so massively, right? With life, right? Because it had the right conditions, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
But these other
Yes.
planets, in order to balance their entropy production, what did they have to do? They had to fucking have these fucking crazy like things going on. You know what I mean?
Rings and fucking covering, like I don't even know.
Like,
Is that what the rings are for? I'm pretty sure the
Like
rings
a
are just
ball
there
of
because of like.
gas.
well, yeah. I mean, I'm saying it's like it's lot like they all have like a very like like our atmosphere is very like nice. You know what I mean? Like not very like like hostile, like devastating, or like you get what I'm saying?
Right, so that's
It do-
where like
we-
the high speed winds and shit come from because it's trying
yes,
to
yeah,
dissipate the energy out.
yeah, exactly.
All right.
You get what I'm
Would
saying?
there be any
Yeah, I get it.
They have to do more, like without being able to like produce ordered flows like life, like without being able to produce ordered systems like life, right? Like living things, right? The earth would have to uh basically it would have to balance, like it would have to produce the same amount of entropy that it does, right? But like the way it would do that is through sort of like most of it would have to be like was it like geothermal, like fucking radiation, right?
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Is
And
there
that's what
any
it was like really before life formed on earth. But also the earth evolved to become a place for life. You get what I'm saying? The earth itself, right?
Right, so it like moved towards the point where it was possible, and then
Yes.
after that point, it like
Isn't
tipped
there
over
also
and
the
suddenly.
case where like a lot of
What do you say?
things
Sorry,
just
you cut off Ziggy, Ixie. Can you please stop cutting people
sorry,
off?
sorry.
Right, right. So I was saying like the Earth slowly, uh, like it was at a point where it was possible to move towards
Mhm.
the life supporting point, but then the moment it moved, it was like that graph in all the Swenson papers where with like the oxygen or whatever, and it sharply goes up. That's kind of what happened, right?
Yeah. It was moving itself farther from
Once it hit that point.
equilibrium in order to produce
Yeah.
order that can what is it to produce entropy at a faster rate than disorder.
Right, right, right. But that's just because it had like the opportunity to do that. Another
Yes,
planet
yes. It
is
was
not moving
it
anywhere
was
close to life right
available.
now.
Right.
But like another planet isn't moving anywhere close to life right now, right? Because it's not within that range. It's
No.
not within like the attractor that it
No,
could fall
maybe on
within.
a much larger time scale, maybe. Like 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 Mars probably had life at some point. You know what I mean?
But then what happened? Like, did all the potentials just didn't need it anymore?
Well,
That's what I'm curious
it
about.
didn't it became more costly, right?
Hmm.
It became more costly to sort of go down this path than otherwise, right?
Like the conditions on Mars, right?
Yeah.
I got some question because I mean, I
Because
guess
Mars doesn't have the conditions that Earth has, right? It's a lot less costly for Earth to do it than for Mars to do it. You get what I'm saying?
I see.
Right. So if we like put a
I have
bunch
a
of
question because
sunlight,
doesn't a lot of the facts related to like the reason life could also be on
Yeah, but
Earth is related to it
life
cooling down
exists.
also, right? It's not only that.
Yeah, but we found life, or we found organic molecules, right?
Yeah, I know
On a bunch of
I mean,
asteroids and
I'm
stuff.
asking about like the Earth
You know what I mean?
specifically, like
But I'm saying we found
uh,
organic molecules and stuff on a bunch of asteroids, right? So life exists like probably even in our solar system, right? Today.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Not on Earth, right?
I was
yeah,
wondering.
possibly, but in
But
the end,
like
I
nothing like it's nothing like the amount of like because what we needed was diversity, right? To get increasingly ordered forms, like increasingly complex living things. You know what I mean?
but like you also couldn't have living things earlier on Earth due to the temperature. Like it had to cool down. That's why you had
Right. I mean,
lava earlier on, right?
there's not that many opportunities on a fucking like a fucking freezing asteroid, you know, like for living things to diversify and like access otherwise inaccessible potentials, right?
But
But
like at
there's
the
all,
same time, on the like to hold Earth before it cooled down, right? It's the same
but
way.
like I don't know if you're grasping what I'm saying. I'm talking to Ziggy, I guess more. Right? Do you understand what I'm saying, Ziggy? Right? Earth has a lot
yes.
more uh opportunities for life
Mm.
to diversify, right? And
Right. And what I'm thinking because of this, I'm kind of thinking back to what we said about the division of labor. Like that's kind of division of labor on a thermodynamics. So the fact that we have
yeah.
these diversity, that we have these different organisms in more niches,
No, yeah,
means that we're
100%.
allowed
It's
to have,
definitely
yeah.
an expression of thermodynamics, so, like the laws of thermodynamics. Like if you look at like the Bernard cell instability, right? If you look at that, how it progresses through different like sort of forms of the cells, like different shapes, right, is through a process of competition, right?
All right, like the stuff with the pentagons and stuff. I almost forgot about that. Like how it goes from
Yes,
pentagons to
yes, yeah, yeah.
hexagons and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, if you I usually sent this I usually send this full tote dissertation too. The way he talks about it, he talks about like he talks about the computational stuff, like the aspect of that. Like I really like how he talks about that, about the Bernard cell stuff, you know, and the competition that goes on there that's necessary for, you know, the increasing complexity.
Right, right.
In VC text, I just
Uh
put it there. Like you can
yeah, I'll
just
ping
search
my other account.
competition or convection.
Right. Hang on. I'll ping my other account so I can read it tomorrow, like on my
Mhm.
laptop.
So yeah, what were we going over again? You were you done
It
articulating? I think you
started
were still
with
articulating.
no, I was like I had a tiny bit to go. So basically like, you reap all these benefits. So that's just why you should keep it out of the environment. That's why you shouldn't coerce and you should apply because that's an expression of wanting to keep it out of the environment. You should apply the principles of justice, proportionality. You should have a whole legal system,
Yeah, but
like
that's a different question
retribution
to
system.
why do humans have rights and animals not, right?
Right, but that's like yeah, that's like that's an exploration of how these we can use these laws to benefit our lives, right? But
Mhm.
you know, I think
Also,
that's basically it.
I think what would better help with your getting that argument down is also something in I think I've sent it to you before, but in general chat, what I pinned in general chat. Yeah, you know, if you scroll down the pins in general chat till you find the screenshots, like the collection of screenshots.
Pretty sure
Uh,
that was a conversation with Ziggy.
it could have
Yeah,
been
yeah,
like,
you were.
is this the one?
It was with you.
Yes, I remember this conversation. It's like the one where I asked about trees and if trees had a relation. Um, hang on. Uh, reason is what we call the relation of human beings is a very so it's a thermodynamic dynamic phenomenon. Of course, okay. And then so what is this you're actually referring me to this for?
Yeah, so it seemed like you sort of forgot that, like all that stuff there. Like when you started going down this deductivist route of like, oh, it's reason is rationality, you know? You get what I'm saying? Like it's this special thing, right? That we just deduce it from, right?
Yeah, I mean, I felt in the moment that I was more talking like that's what affords trade to me, but I didn't use
Yeah,
that vocab. So
but like, yeah, but that's not. But you get what I'm saying, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah, I get it.
the distinct, like it's very important, like understanding, sort of, the process of concept formation here, how we're even distinguishing humans and animals, right? Or like other animals, humans and other species, right? Not just we
Right,
don't really. There's no really like human animal dualism. Humans are animals, right?
right.
Like what makes us the rational individual in the first place? How does it work, and what things are valid about rational thinking, and what aren't? We have to ground it in being an organism in the end, right?
Yes, but are you looking at what we're looking at?
No idea.
Ixie, this I think you should look at what we're looking at in general chat. The pinned messages in general chat. If you scroll down to where you see a bunch of screenshots that I posted.
See, oh, I see, I see. Yeah, right. I'll reach it right now.
And you can also see the one where I pinged Yi. Ziggy. You see the one where I pinged
Yeah.
Yi, right? Like right below
Hang
there.
on. Um.
Like it's like you see the bunch of screenshots. There's one right below it with
Yeah,
also
yeah.
two
The
screenshots. I
fourth
can.
in the second message, right?
Yeah, if you go to that message, like there's like a good discussion around there, like it's good context, you know. Like
Oh,
if you go to
yes.
these, yeah, there's good context around there, like me explaining other things.
So this is where he asks, "What is the essence of volition? Ability to choose? How can I tell if something is volition?" And then you say it's just what we call the agency of living things. All entities are agential because they are actions. We differentiate things by the distinct ways they act in relation to other things. Aha. So that's the point. We differentiate things by the distinct ways they act in relation to other things. Yeah. Yes. So
That
that's where we get
distinguishes
the
them.
relata.
That distinguishes
Yes.
their
Yes. Yes.
identity. You know,
So,
as this thing rather than that, right?
right.
It's some self other distinguishing relationship.
And so those
To put it
laws
to
are
put it in
actually
the
like
terms of Swenson, those are Swenson's terms. Some self other distinguishing relationship.
so those laws between dogs and men and cows and men are where we get the concepts of dogs and cows and men from.
Mm-hmm.
And that
It
ties in with
it's how we identify
Rosen's
them.
thing of yeah. Yeah, that ties in with Rosen's thing of always including, the measure and the measurement, taking into account what meters you use and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's more useful context around there.
Let me go back and keep reading those screenshots because I am not done with reading those. Pins.
I mean, yeah, like in a way, it's like working backward. It's like you're starting with, okay, everything has rights. So now let me find a way to like a reason to remove that or whatever. It's like
So
you're
animals because we hate vegans,
working
right? So
backwards.
Yeah, that rather rationality is just this like a priori or rationalist criteria. Like it's just this rationalist checkbox that we just check for humans. We just deduce from the category, right? That we just got a priori somehow.
Mm. Rather than just saying, well, like, what is property rights for? Does a cow like even need that? Like,
So is it less or more different than some living thing X and the difference between X and other living things? Well, like between a bacteria and a human, and between a bacteria and a virus. Like people always say that viruses aren't living, but between a bacteria and a human and a bacteria and a virus, I think there's more difference between the first two, right?
No,
Well, yeah, it's not a degree of difference.
no, actually, no. There's not.
Really?
There's more difference
Oh,
between the latter two. Yeah,
oh, okay.
much
Is
more.
it just like because
Much
of
more
the
difference
differences?
between a virus and any organism, single-celled organism, or anything.
Oh.
So is it just because of the reasons like I would have learned in biology class, like can't replicate without a host and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense because like it wouldn't be like self-caused then; it would be other caused.
hmm
Ah,
It's parasitical.
right, right.
And even organisms that do, you know, adopt some parasitical strategies, they're not like parasitical at core. You know what I mean?
Maybe
Right,
food
right. They're still
source, but
self-caused.
yeah,
They still have metabolism. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
still like can act in some way.
Like
Virus cannot
living
act.
things are defined by metabolism. Viruses don't have metabolisms.
Devices. I know they don't have a metabolism. I'm trying to think if
Well,
they have hair.
individually, a virus doesn't have a metabolism, right? But like you can sort of like at a much larger scale, right? Where a virus dissipates like a potential, right? What potential is a virus dissipating, right? You know what I mean? Like Swenson talks about, but he talks about an infection, a bacterial infection, how like one bacterium, right, can't dissipate the uh entirety of the host's metabolic potential, right? Like what
Right,
like you know what I'm saying? But it's like collectively, right? It dissipates
right,
it. So it collectively that's actually the organism. The organism is this collective like collection of bacterium that move as one. You know what I mean?
Whole
right. Because we're
sickness,
looking at the
basically.
scale at which dissipation occurs.
Right, exactly. So yeah, an individual like but in that case the individual bacterium is an organism just like but also the collective uh infection. The infection there
Yeah,
is
like
an organism,
Yeah,
right?
like
so
an
that's
ant,
Well,
why
also an
because
anthill is an organism as well,
Right.
right?
so
But
that's why an
for a
infection
virus,
spreads.
the individual viral agent, right?
right, because there's no metabolism. So on that scale, there's actually nothing. But with a bacteria, you
Yeah.
still have metabolism and repair on that scale.
hmm
But then also on the larger scale, you also have collective dissipation
Yeah.
of a different
And
nature.
but in a virus, like at the scale at which maybe it can be considered an organism is like way larger than a bacterial infection. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's
right.
like population wide scales. You get what I'm saying?
So COVID wasn't an organism.
COVID,
Yeah,
like as a whole, like
because like
I think you can consider it as an organism probably.
But also
right.
it is valid as like a sickness of a single person,
You get what I'm
right? As an
saying?
organism.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
But it's
Like
could
it's
you
like but
say
at that point it's like we're considering viruses as like already taking over a bunch of cells. You know what I mean? So like those are the viral the sort of components of this organism is the like this
I think
whole
it's called like virocell or something like that, like infected cell.
yeah.
It's called
Yeah.
that.
You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's the cell virus.
So
Yeah,
it's not
that's
the
the thing that
virus
dissipates.
individually like on its own. That it's like the components here, right? That make up the organism, right? That dissipates this population wide viral potential, right?
Right, but it would be the cell virus
I have a question.
thing together, which dissipates in a different nature than the cell,
Yeah, by virocell.
It
version.
would be like the whole viral network, right?
Right.
Do humans as a collective dissipate energy of the earth? Could you say that?
Well, it's like no, no,
All right.
not really.
Think about what happens when you have collectivism, Zed, and then think about if that's really dissipating anything.
I'm not saying collectivism. I'm just saying as a collective.
No,
Operates
it's
How is that
like
anti-collective?
the point is that we don't move as one, right?
Yeah.
That's the
Right.
point. We like the for us to coordinate resources on a global scale to access those deep time potentials, right? Like coal and oil. We have to. It's the coordination of heterogeneous agents, right, that allow for that for these
Like a
vast
single
production.
organism that makes sense to analyze is one human,
Mhm.
not one cell of a human. And a single like ant doesn't make sense for analysis. You have
Right,
to
because
analyze the whole
you
ant
wouldn't
hill.
be
So
able
that's
to
not the
look
same
at
thing.
things. Sorry, but you wouldn't be able to look at things like quorum sensing in bacteria without looking at all the bacteria. So why would you know, do what other? Hello?
Yeah.
I think you guys disconnected. Oh, never mind.
No, it's just the difference between like sort of the bacterium forming one organism, right?
Mm.
Like collectively to do, like it's not a collective like organism. I mean, it's not a collective entity. Like that doesn't make sense. It's an entity, right?
Yeah.
It's a unity, right? It's a thing. It's a like a unitary thing. This organism that is made up of all these bacterium, right? That dissipates the metabolic potential of the infected
Like the
organism.
sickness of a person, for example, is all can be treated
Yeah,
as a unit.
right.
What's that organism that lives in the water that people call like a collective organism? I forget what it's called.
Amoeba.
There's actually a lot of
That's an
them. There's like
amoeba.
a insane amount of those.
Yeah. So it's like that's a mode of that's a strategy of living. That's a way a lot of things have evolved to live because it's a feasible strategy, you know?
Oh yeah, a siphonophore. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
But it's not the strategy
Uh,
that humans have adopted. You get what I'm saying? That humans were
like
selected.
also bacteria. Like technically, if you wanted to treat bacteria as an individual, then why wouldn't one bacteria attack another bacteria of the same kind, and why wouldn't they invite?
Pretty sure
So
they
like
do,
you cannot
right?
analyze it as individual completely because it just doesn't
But
just
no, no, no.
don't behave the same.
You can analyze it as an
But you
individual.
cannot like
Well,
it's like not the only
what
valid way
does that
of
job
analyzing
for
it.
us is the nervous system, or not the nervous, the immune system, which actually can be considered like an organism, right?
Yeah.
Like a cell can be considered an organism. Organs, like a lot of them can be considered like an organism, right, in their own environment, right, along with their individual tissues as individual organisms, right? And like the immune system can be considered an organism. It directly perceives like Turvey has a section about this in lectures on perception, how the immune system like directly perceives like affordances, like what it needs to do. Yeah.
So I suppose the
And
thing is that
like
like you
the
cannot
brain
mix
is an
and
organism.
match.
The
You
brain
cannot
is an
mix and match
organism.
different levels. Yeah, you
Yeah.
cannot mix and match different levels. Like you cannot look at how cells behave in the same like framework as you're
Yeah.
looking at how a whole
They have
person
their own
behaves.
metabolism. You know what I mean? They do what they do. Yeah, they
You
only
have
care
to
about
measure it differently.
their
So like
environments.
the
Yeah,
same
you said
reason like you can
neurons.
analyze one ant, but also you can analyze an ant hill and it uses
But
different
an anthill is not an organism.
yeah. Uh,
Mhm.
Depends on how you approach it, I suppose, right?
A
Because
colony of
No,
ants
because
is not an
each
organism.
ant is
Yeah.
agential. Each ant is agential. So
Yeah.
it'll be like, yeah,
they
different
do
things per
still
ant.
have like their nature is that they cannot function without the anthill.
So
Uh, it still makes sense to analyze an anthill as a group because, for example, they like literally exchange food with each other. When one ant is hungry, the other will give it like food from the
no, but
stomach,
it's
and
about how each individual ant structures the shared information that coordinates each individual ant, right? Like Turvey and Kugler, they have several papers on like similar paper on like termite nest building and how termites like their actions of nest building, how they structure the pheromone distributions that all of the termites are able to pick up, right, individually, in order to know what to do next, right, in order to
He had
be
a lot of
coordinated.
opportunities to study
I guess I
that.
gotta read a lot more.
Yeah, but it's actually like it's just like a sort of
Mm.
it's kind of like how we coordinate, but like what a termite does, you know? Just like they don't need to do what we need. They don't need to do what we do, right? But they need to do what termites do. But they coordinate in kind of the same way we do. You get what I'm saying? But to do what they need to do, right? Not what we need to do.
Like
You get what I'm
it's
saying?
like they communicate
Not
and
really.
like they're like
Yeah.
heterogeneous in the way that they communicate. It's not like
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's like if you say it's communication the way we communicate, I'm not
I mean, the
sure
way
if
we
how that
coordinate,
applies.
we coordinate together. We coordinate towards goals that can only be achieved not like by one person, but like two people acting in different ways. Like I can't flank that prey from both sides at once. I can only do it from the left side, and I have to get another person to flank them from the right side. You know what I mean?
we
Like
do that with language,
for
right?
a single ant, like if a single
And
ant
and
is
that's
starving,
there's a
even if
division of
it like
labor. But like I'm saying, there's a division of labor, right?
yeah, I know, yeah, we have a different flavor, but like
But no, but
a single
the ants have a division of labor.
yeah, but the thing is that an ant literally cannot like think of conceive of like attacking another ant from the same anthill, even if it's starving to death, and it could like take food away from the other ant by force.
Why would it?
Why would it need to?
In order to not die. I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense, bro. Like
What
it's
must
like why do you think it's deontological? Like like we don't need deontological ethics to guide our actions, right? We don't need to be told don't do this, don't do that, right? We just need to be like we're think about the constraints led approach to coaching, right? In ecological psychology, right?
and I'm not
It's
familiar
just
with
about
it, I think.
yeah, whatever. We just manipulate the constraints, right? We just manipulate the shared constraints, right? And then it's just like it's afforded to us. What's afforded to us, right? We don't ever have to tell ourselves don't aggress, right? If we just live by principles, right? The ant version of that is just I don't have to ever be told not to steal from other ants if I just live by the principles of my survival, right? Which I've learned, to live by.
I mean, yeah, they literally thrive off of like working together. You know, they
Yeah.
need to do that.
It's true. But like isn't it on a level where an ant isn't like
Mm,
yeah, I guess it makes sense because like knowledge is not like in the brain of the ant, in the entire body of the ant and its relation with other like
mhm.
the environment, right?
Yeah. But it's just like the information that they have access to is sufficiently rich for coordinating all these ants together. You get what I'm saying? And Turvey and Kugler, they go into detail about how that's possible. Like
I have to read that for sure then.
yeah, I'll post it. Here we go. Here's one paper on it, but they also have like a whole chapter on it. Oh, I just put that in
What is
general.
it? Okay,
Here.
thanks.
Okay, let me put it in VC text. There's one
Right.
paper on
Can you ping it
it,
with me? Can you ping with it? So that I like and look for my pings right there.
and there's like a whole chapter on it in this book. The second link. There's a whole chapter on it in the second link, and there's another paper by Kugler and Shaw where they talk about it. Yes, this one. Okay, there we go. In VC text, just like Control F for termite. And you can look at it now. Like you can see, like there's they give a bunch of figures to illustrate it to show.
In New Zealand. That's fucking fascinating. I think I'll definitely be reading all that.
Hmm?
I'll definitely be reading all that. 100%. Man,
What?
this is, yeah, this. I'll definitely be reading all of this because this looks fucking fascinating.
Oh yeah, it's super cool. But you see the figures, right? The illustrations.
I did see. It's amazing. Oh, this shit's 760 pages.
But you can just like
Um,
just search for termite. Search for termite.
let's see.
There's only 8 results, but if you search there for termite, like you can see there's a bunch of cool figures there.
Yeah. Damn. Jesus. That's fucking wild. Yeah.
And they showed directly how like this is like validated by just like looking at, termite nests and like just investigating how they were formed,
That's crazy. Right. Thanks for that. I believe this for sure.
What'd you say? Your
Yeah, so
your
thanks for
first
that. I'll be reading through all of this for sure.
Yeah, and you can like always like if anything's interesting in there that you learn about, you want to say, you can put it in the thread on the EA workshop thread in philosophizing. Is it in philosophizing? No, it's in resources, right? G resources. The EA workshops here. Because this has to
Can you
become
ping me in
active.
it? Can you get me in?
Yeah, this has to become active again. But like it's just like a place to just like screenshot and post what you're reading and whatever pops out at you, and then just like to discuss it. You know what I mean?
See. Okay.
Anyway, I was gonna ask this earlier, but could it be the case that we could have some kind of organism that lives in an atmosphere that would otherwise be hostile to us? Like maybe
Uh,
like an atmosphere of
yeah,
hydrogen?
yeah, but like it would have to be like why? You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Like why? Like like there's vast amount more opportunities for life to diversify and complexify on Earth, right?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Than anywhere else in the solar system.
Well, I mean, you did say that there could be some planet out there that also has life on it.
Obviously,
But
I mean,
that could be
it's
much less
definitely
complex than
is definitely a reasonable evidence based inference
Right.
that
Yeah.
life exists elsewhere.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just
There's
wondering, like,
more
would
like
that atmosphere be
Just that,
similar
like,
to
just the
ours?
fact that with enough energy and the right conditions, that life is basically inevitable,
I see.
just thermodynamically.
And so it could be on, like, those conditions could be in any atmosphere.
Not really. Like, it's a lot more. Uh, it's a lot cheaper for like a shitty atmosphere, a shitty planet with not a very good opportunity for like life to take up a very large, like it's not worth the investment. You get what I'm saying? Like instead of just like fucking like generating like 20 different more volcanoes, or like fucking like or self-organize into fucking like the giant fucking like the eye, the storm that's like forever on Jupiter. Yeah.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just wondering if any other planet would have an opportunity, like with some sort of other atmosphere, like a hydrogen atmosphere, to
I don't know, it doesn't really
have life
seem like that would be like, you got to take
necessary.
it in yeah, you got to take it in the context of like what else, what other paths are available, what other dissipative paths are available, right? And you got to rank them by a rate, right?
Hmm.
What's the fastest rate, right? By like the given the constraints, like, you know, I can allocate this much out the door of the cabin, like the cabin can allocate this much out the door of the cabin, but then it has to allocate, you know, to the next fastest path and next fastest path, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it also depends on how large the potential is.
Right. Right, but Earth had to move itself farther from equilibrium, right? It had to
Hmm.
increase that potential in order for living things to uh, start, you know, like diversifying, complexifying. You know, it had to produce like the conditions for life, and then also then produce oxygen right through life, right through basic forms of life, right? And then through oxygen and all that, further, you know, increase, like diversify and complexify life
Hmm.
to access otherwise inaccessible potentials, and then thereby increase the rate of entropy production writ large.
I guess, yeah. I guess I was just wondering because I don't know. I don't see how life couldn't arise in some other atmosphere given the constraints, but
And Earth should really patent life, or it's going
Because
to just spread to all the
think,
other
think about the
planets.
think about the energy it takes to sort of um to burn hydrogen, you
hmm.
know, versus oxygen, and you know, sort of how to get oxygen out of water, right? You get what I'm saying?
Right. It was. I mean, the Earth
Like how
had
to
like
break
a
the hydrogen bonds, right?
yeah. The Earth had a lot of like a very rich source for to produce oxygen.
Yes, exactly. But it's like where there's oxygen, right? There's oxygen and hydrogen, right? But since there's oxygen, right? It's
Hmm.
like oxygen is going to be chosen first because it's a lot cheaper, and it's cheaper to use, right?
Hmm. So there's almost like an economical aspect to
100%,
what atmosphere would be chosen for.
100%, 100%. That's why we have the atmosphere we have today.
Hmm. So we would say it's more likely that some other planet that houses life would also probably have oxygen.
Most likely.
Unless there's perhaps
All
some
right,
sort of
I'm
like
leaving
cheaper
now.
option than
Bye.
that.
Like
That
what other alternative like is there to oxygen, right? For metabolism, right?
hmm.
Like to sort of uh to
You
fuel
just left with ATP.
to fuel metabolism.
Hmm.
That's what like you get ATP, right? It's like extremely good at its job.
Hmm? ATP,
You have
yeah.
ATP, yeah, it's really good at its job.
Yeah, but how was ATP formed?
No idea.
Right.
I'm back. I'm behind on the reading.
I think you're missing like
Yeah.
the entire evolutionary history there.
Oh yeah. I'll just shut up.
like
Yeah.
like we couldn't have ATP, right? Because we get it from breaking down food, which is like other organisms. You know what I mean? It's a product of the metabolizing of oxygen
Yeah. Yeah.
to fuel metabolism. Yeah, but this is stuff I gotta learn. I gotta learn all about this stuff,
You gotta learn about what? About like
like
different gases.
organic chemistry.
Ah,
Yeah, I gotta learn about organic chemistry because that's what I'm going to school for. A lot of it is going to be organic chemistry.
is that where you got that from? That oxygen is more useful or whatever?
No, I mean I just got it from the fact that water has hydrogen and like oxygen, right?
Right.
But it has two oxygen, right?
Oh, yeah.
But just the fact that we had hydrogen and we had oxygen, right? But we
So
had
you
more
literally
oxygen,
get twice as much, so why wouldn't it select for that, you know?
right? But also, I would assume, like, I don't know what it takes to burn hydrogen, right? But I know what it takes to burn oxygen.
Hmm.
That's where the measure of what a calorie is come from. Is the energy required to burn oxygen?
Let's see, what does it take to burn hydrogen? Up to 2,500 degrees Celsius or 4,532 Fahrenheit. So very high temperature.
I mean, yeah, like there is like a lot of chemistries about oxidizing things, but not a lot of chemistries about hydrogenizing things or whatever it would be called, right?
Right.
Am I thinking about it the right way, more or less? Or...
Well, I don't know what Google's saying because it says it's hotter to burn oxygen than it is hydrogen. So I don't know.
I think it's about the joules that you need to make use up in the process, and what you get in return than the raw temperature. It's more the
Yeah.
energy, not the
Yeah, the energy, like that's like useful energy, you know, that can be used for work, like by the organism that separates like the oxygen and stuff from the water.
Hmm.
Speaking of water, I need to drink a fucking glass of water because I'm almost dehydrated. Be right back.
But yeah. What else? What else? What else? What else can I say? Oh yeah. I remember one time we were watching like a Grayson video. It was like one of like that guy's videos. And you said something like you shouldn't say that there's like zero evidence for spiritualism, but you should there's more evidence for naturalism. I was wondering how do you deal with a spiritualist whenever
Spiritualist.
they're doing their thing?
What do you mean?
Like, okay, so there was like a video I watched of this guy, which I mean, I think I kind of already figured out what the problem was, but he was like to to subscribe to a view of reincarnation, you have to take the fact that energy cannot be created or destroyed. And I was just kind of like, that might be a misconception of what energy is. Because it's like he thinks that like your energy goes to like the power source and it gets used to make like the next human or whatever. And I was just like, that seems like a misconception about energy. But I think stuff like Buddhism is like, you said that there's not like zero evidence of like these like mass
Where's the symmetry?
revelations and stuff like
Where's
that.
the conservation of I don't know, soul across
Well, yeah,
like
he's just
fucking
like when you die, it's like,
like
you're like dissipating or whatever.
no, yeah, it's just nonsense because he's not accounting for the fucking first law is saying here's a bookkeeping rule, account for the energy units on both sides of the transformation.
Yeah, then like
Yeah,
population would stay constant over time, right?
right.
If soul was like
But just
something
like
that you have to
account for
take
the
account.
energy units on both sides of the transformation, right? So if you're saying soul or whatever remains invariant across this transformation from one body to a next, right? You should be able to account for the energy units from one body, right? And as it gets transformed into the next fucking body or whatever, the next organism, right?
Yeah,
Through like the
that's
food
what he
chain
said,
or
yeah.
whatever, through the
Hmm.
food chain or whatever. And then you should be able to, through accounting for the energy units on both sides of the transformation, you should be able to identify the invariant called soul, right? But where is it?
Hmm.
Yeah, so he's just speaking nonsense, right?
Right, I was like, that seems like a misconception about energy. It's not. I mean, you would even like how would you even figure out like where your energy went into to make the next person, right? Like or like anyone's
No,
energy.
yeah,
It's like, can you trace that?
no, you can't because there is no invariant. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because I like it's like when you're
There's
when you're
no
dead and
thing.
your
There's
body's
no thing
decomposing.
changing. There's no thing transforming, right?
No, bro, like on a cosmological scale, there is no symmetry.
There's no soul, right? There's like like there's a conservation, right, of like you know me, the entity acting over my actions, right? And I can account for the energy units on both sides of that transformation, right? I can see what the system is, right?
Yeah, like the
But
way you
Like
said it,
break your
it's like
and
your consciousness that goes into like
there's no
the
entity
atmosphere.
soul that's it that's remains invariant across the transformation from one body to the next. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, like you can
Hmm.
see where the perception action loop is, and you can see that it doesn't like get carried over in any way to another organism.
Yeah. there's just no entity flowing from one form to the next, right? There's no. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess
there's
and
like
he made it seem like he got soul from that explanation.
you'd have to fucking make up some arbitrary like simulation level shit,
I'd have
like
to look at the
it actually
video.
happens, but we just cannot see it.
I'd have to
It's
look
like
at the
outside of
video
our
because
layer of the simulation.
it's so
The
bizarre.
soul is a memory pointer in the simulation. Just cannot see the pointers, but it's the simulation. We are in the simulation. It's just the pointers are the same. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
he talks
understand what you're
about
saying.
reincarnation.
Just looking for a t-shirt. All right.
Yeah. Like I was just like, hmm. Yeah, like he talks about like his first supernatural experience and he gets into all that stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go now, bros.
Okay, I was
Ben
gonna show
Sunger.
you. I was gonna show you, but
Show me the video. I don't really care.
okay.
swagger.
All right.
All
Well,
right. See you.
Yeah,
see ya.
Yo.